Greetings, one and all. We have a bit of a glitch, apparently, with the transition there, so we have to look into that. Greetings, BR Jason, across multiple dimensions. How are you doing, sir? I'm going to take a moment in a little while to address something most concerning. And I'm not entirely sure the best way to resolve it yet. It's interesting. We'll go over all the specifics later on, like I said, but for a little bit of a teaser, we got a horrible string of very vile comments over on the Rumble side. Incredibly vile, incredibly dark, borderline, well, let's just put it this way. In some countries, people would get arrested for that, for what was said. It was pretty bad. So, because we go across multiple cultures, there's going to need to be some more monitoring. I confess, I do not monitor Rumble a whole lot. There's not a whole lot of people over there, generally. Except for BR Jason, who is across all three platforms, just for the sake of it. But yeah, it was something that was only really something that was the behaviors of a dark, I would say, satanic man. Come on, buddy. Oof. That was not very good. What kind of channel is this? I've filed a report to Rumble. One of the problems of having free speech stuff is some people can get out of control. I didn't read it all. It seemed kind of like a kid trying to bring a rise out of you / us and not realizing how ridiculous he sounded. True? But here's the problem. It's not the fact that it is going to impact any of us. We're very laid back, and like I say, we keep conversations open about everything and anything. The problem is that there's no means of reporting it. What do I mean by I had to report him? There was no way to contact Rumble except through their IT group. They've removed the report function. Now, if someone comes in and says things like that, that could actually cause us some problems for the streams. We have people across multiple countries, and that's not really going to be tolerable. So that is actually something where I'm legitimately thinking, because this isn't the first time that this has happened. This makes it, I think, the third time over the last year. Not a whole lot, but it is something where if that does become a regular sort of occurrence, Rumble's going to have to be abandoned. I don't think he's going to be notified about the problems, just because there is no official way to report. Yeah, it's honestly fine, Riker, in that sense, because it's not going to cause too much of an issue. I mean, it's kind of ironic that last night we were talking about all sorts of, well, I was kind of ranting about ethics and being either above reproach or being able to hold to values all over the place. I was. And to have somebody saying that was something where it's like, yeah, I struggle to monitor some of that stuff, so thus I need to find a better solution for that. And I don't know yet what that's going to be. By the way, I hope the two of you are having a pleasant evening. I'm not going to dwell too much on the situation from yesterday because I've already banned the person. Well, I take that back. I muted them. You can't even ban people from the platform, from your channel. So we have no idea when or where the person will come back. So, thus raises some concerning aspects. What happens if you get a troll who doesn't know when to stop? Now, originally, I don't have too much of an issue with that. I think trolls are... stand by just a second. I forgot that I have my green screen up. Had the heater turned on because it is quite chilly outside, and I forgot to turn it off because you can't have the heater over top of that. But anyway, the reason why this is a problem is because I historically have not thought about trolls as being really dangerous. There are more people that are just kind of have some problems with the head, you could say, with the soul especially. But here's where this becomes an issue. Because I have had a troll target me and cause immense frustration. And you all got to hear about that. So, anyway, that's why it's such a concern. Because it has happened to me, and I don't know how far people are willing to go. And I looked at the guy's account when I was trying to figure out how to ban, and very messed up, which means that there's also a good chance that the person doesn't have any sort of reason or common sense. So we'll keep an eye open for it. If there's other issues, we're going to have to mute our any sort of trolls, as well as possibly ending the stream on the Rumble side. If so, we'll be on Twitch and YouTube still. Jeff turning up the heat. Now the butt tubs. No. We've had single-digit weather for the last few days, and it's finally really starting to kick in. And we're going to negative temperatures next week, as I understand. So it's only going to get chillier. Tonight for animation, though, we're going to be refining a little bit more of the shorts. I finished the next set of renders, and they're looking good. I finally got past the bugs. Also, as of Monday, I'm back to my regular work, and it is going to be busy for the next few... Oh, that guy. Over the falls. Wow, convenient he landed on the rock. So because of that, that means that our stream schedule is going to start to disappear a little bit. It's going to shift as I need to focus primarily on work. I'm at I'm back to extended to full time, and that's going to be the case until June, roughly. That means primarily streams will happen either earlier, because I'll have to go to bed earlier, or they will happen primarily around the weekends. Additionally, last night I was piecing together a little bit more of the t-shirt printer, and I've been hammering away trying to get that wood into place. And man, that's actually been an interesting process. I wish I could film it. But I've had to take up some old woodworking techniques, and I'll have to show you it when it's all said and done. It's almost there. But at this point, I'm kind of wondering why I didn't bother just to buy a standard frame, like a standard aluminum frame. It's because I wanted to learn how to work with wood. That's what it all comes down to. Learning to work with wood is a good skill to have. So even though it costs more to do and it's kind of pointless, it doesn't really solve the problem easily, but it's something where I need to learn how to work with wood because it's something that's real. And in this world of digital and AI, I really need real. Oh, there's one more thing in terms of trolls. It's actually has to do with some people who have followed. We are starting to have some people who are using some pretty inappropriate words in order to try and get a rise out of either myself or people in the chat, whatnot. As such, names that have to do with sexual terms that are targeted especially to any particular person is going to be an immediate ban. I am not going to toy with that. I have heard the nightmare stories from other streamers that have had to deal with that, and that it's only kind of the start. So from now on, they're going to get banned immediately. And I give permission to the mods to wield their hammer of justice freely, and I will back their decisions. Now, oh golly. Dang it. Philly. Doing well from both. Wonderful. You work's boring. You should quit. No. We all need something to labor at. And if we don't have that, we find ourselves kind of becoming aimless. And I can definitely say I got a little aimless over the last 2 weeks. I'm going to be having another vacation time around summer, in which I'll work on some other projects. But this time around, it was primarily to work on a bigger project. If the bigger project turns out well, then that means that I will be able to argue for staying on reduced time and proceed from there. But I will maintain a form of employment, honestly, as long as I'm meant to. One day, I hope to be able to... Well, honestly, the dream would be that Castercraft would take off, but it won't. It won't. At least not for a while. And when it does take off, I want to make sure that it is that I try and maintain some sense of humility and wariness, because things like that can disappear in a moment. As if you need to tell Light she has such permission. It is true, but Light hasn't been around too terribly often, as you can tell. So thus, we don't have her free-wielding hammer to rely upon. The bonking thus must fall to everyone else who's involved. And so, what it does mean will also need to happen is I need to try and figure out a new set of rules in which to kind of post either in the Discord or in the About section on Twitch and whatnot, kind of mentioning some of these things. Pardon me. Oh no. Wow, it's a blizzard out there. No one wants to go out in that cold. Disappeared. He threw a bunch of blizzards and ran. All right, stand by just a second. I'm going to put myself into the game chat. There we go. By the way, pardon me. I think I'm coming down with a little bit of a cold. And so if I mute a little bit more often than usual, it is because I'm either clearing my throat or trying to clear out my sinuses. Merry Christmas to me. Does Rumble allow you to ban certain words from chat? No, they don't. I have looked high and low across Rumble. It is incredibly difficult to tell what's possible and what's not. Their controls were far better 6-9 months ago. That's back when... Uh-oh. Golly. Come on. At least I have this. Oh, come on. I messed that up. There we go. Good distance. But yeah, I've looked high and low across what is possible with the platform, and there's a lot of stuff they've removed. Why, I'm not certain. I think it has to do with the fact that they have so many people that are over there because they've been banned on other platforms for things that they say. And so as a result, they took the strong arm approach of saying, well, we're not going to do anything. Now, it's not strong. That's actually kind of weak to say you're scared to kind of address problems, especially if it starts getting to threatening territory. Oh yeah, that's something that I've seen on the Rumble platform. And the scams. I mean, the fact that like most of their advertisers are scams. that itself is like a big red flag that kind of tells you, yeah, they don't really know what they're doing. You know, I've been making the Silverado redeem system. I've been making the whole system for Castercraft so that I can actually be able to use it for media in the future. Yes, I have the ability at this point. If I wanted, I could actually make it a platform that would function kind of like a Patreon sort of thing, where people are subscribed to it. They can be able to see special content for it. I could do that. I could upload these videos directly to it. I figured all that stuff out. I didn't know how to code 5 years ago, 6 years ago. And I didn't know how to do stuff related to web servers or whatnot. So if I could figure it out on my platform, I don't take any sort of excuse that Rumble has that they can't figure it out. They can't figure it out because they choose not to figure it out. This stuff's all over the place. It's very easy to learn in that sense. So that means that something somewhere has caused them to backtrack and say, you know, we don't want to risk that too much. And I can understand why. I just can't agree with them on that. Greetings there, Pantheon. How are you doing? Yeah, Twitch definitely does. I use the word pony as in lying dogface type of soldier in Cappy's chat, and it wouldn't go through. He wouldn't explain why, but I think it is a rude word in Bulgaria or something. Possibly. It is also possible that that Twitch has banned it. And if so, then that would be something company side that they would have done. All right. How am I? I'm doing decent. I was just mentioning about some of the changes that we're gonna have to do for the Rumble platform because we just had all sorts of problems with it. But besides that, things are going well. I got some good progress on some projects. I finally got the animation working. Now you just got to piece together some things as well. So we'll see. What do you think of your methods of animation? Now that is an interesting question there. So everybody has a different style of animation. Everybody has a different sort of approach. I had an approach years ago that I was very familiar with and had some good success with. And it was very, 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 very similar to what you had. Very similar. Now, after animating larger scenes, I noticed a bit of a challenge with that sort of method. That works good for single-use scenes. The area where it doesn't work as easily is when you want to have a short, like a full-length short that you're going to be cutting back and forth between different camera angles, different scenes, things like that. That is where the armature system comes into play. Armatures allow you to link scenes together, so that way you can have objects that remain undamaged by animation. the way that I first learned about that was actually because my very first animation software came with that by default. You could not use objects in the same, you had to model objects in one software and then animate it in a completely different one. In doing so, I became familiar with linking objects, but I realized that programs like Maya didn't have that. Well, neither did Blender. They had modeling in animation in the same software package. Now, it turns out it was because Lightwave 3D, which was the tool that I first used, separated it because they were trying to figure out how to make the software more stable back in the day. But it actually taught me a very useful technique, which is to have elements that are linked by separate scenes. That way your scenes are nice and protected. And if you want to update the rig, then suddenly it updates across all of the uses of that rig. Like, let's say, for example, you're animating a scene and your spaceship, for example, is orange, like it currently is, an orangish color. Well, that works out great. But what if you want to swap out the color? Well, you can go back and swap out the color on the model. Now, what about something more complex? What if you want to switch out the spaceship with a different one? Suddenly, linking a project has the ability, linking a rig has the ability to update across your scene, and that is how I've been able to pull off the Lego short. Because originally I had a policeman. That was the first rig that I got to do. Second off, I created basically who I've kind of referred to as the punk. The punk is using the same rig. It's just a different set of textures. And then you have the one of the Yeti or the Sasquatch. That uses a completely different set of elements to it. But because it's all linked, I can be able to reuse the elements. So that is how I think things can be used in that way. It still works the way that you did. And honestly, I did many shorts like that. But one of the best things that can be done is to utilize a armature. Now, it does take an extra step to learn. I do admit that. Armatures can be a bit frustrating. But when it gets refined, it suddenly enables you to do a whole range of new things that originally maybe were a little bit more difficult with just simple parenting. Armatures, yeah, if you can do that, then that would be a great addition. Greetings there, Wolfie. Things are going decent tonight. How are you? I was animating and rendering last night after I got off stream, and I finally found success. I found out what was wrong with all of my animation woes for the grass, which has been the big problem for the short. Now, this is going to sound really dumb in retrospect, okay? Now listen to me on this one. I was animating the grass with a displacement node. Now, if you're familiar with Blender and displacement nodes, you know that there are a couple of features that go into making that effect. First off, you have the amount of displacement that happens. But there's also another thing. The median level of that. So based upon how high something is, the median level will shift it all. It's basically figuring out where point 0 is. For days, oh, come on. Lock on. Wow, that was a long shot for him. Yep, that was definitely a lock on. Phooey. By having the grass tied to a displacement to make it wave in the wind, easier than trying to simulate it. I forgot to change the median level, and so the grass was disappearing into the ground. And so I was rendering over and over again, why is this happening? It was because my median level was there. It was the wrong number. So I finally rendered it again, and this is the improvement. So I stuck around for the whole stream last night, but I didn't say goodnight because the one guy was blowing up the chat. I did not see that sort of stuff until afterwards. You know, I went back, Wolfie, because I ended up shifting some things around on my stream side, and I was not seeing that. Oh my goodness, that guy was so uncalled for. So uncalled for. I know he's trolling, but thing is like I've said beforehand, words have meanings, and I do not tolerate things like that. It was so out of control. So, by all means, if you see that, please flag me down. I don't want that to be what chats become. I want things to maintain civility and to maintain a higher level of thinking. We can disagree on things. We can bring up some tough subjects. You know I bring up tough subjects around here. Golly, we talk about everything under the sun, basically. But the one thing I will not stand for is people being uncivil in chat. That's the one thing that I really will get upset with. It was weird. I'm not even sure it was human. I looked into it. The guy was human. But here's the thing. I think he was a propagandist. I think he was actually a foreign agent after looking into his account. It's so very weird. And the report system is gone. Maybe you've seen it, but I have not seen the report system on Rumble for months. So I was unable to really figure out how to do anything other than mute the guy. So yeah, that honestly, that did infuriate me. That was going on. All right, so here is the render before the changes happen. So here's the original render. So actually, this isn't the original render. This is the time when I was like, okay, time to start animating. This right here is the latest render. Look at that grass. Yes. And even goes across the path a little bit. That's fine. That happens in Alaska. But I actually have grass now, whereas beforehand, it was just this spotty texture. So it finally works. It took forever and a day to get this grass working, but it's now there. So I'm happy with it. Greetings, Jess. How are you doing? I do armatures with characters and facial rigs too. Sensational. Wait, you expect people to be civil? This comes out of nowhere. Imagine being civil around here. Hey, look, a rig. I didn't realize how bad it was. I only caught a little bit, and was too bored to keep reading since I deal with 12-year-olds enough. Yeah, the guy had a full channel. There's something suspicious about it. But it was the things that he was targeting that really made me on edge. It's like, ooh, this is the sort of stuff that you get people knocking on your door saying, hey, what's going on? So yeah, I do not tolerate that sort of stuff. If they want to raise some tough questions, I welcome the tough questions. But we are not going to have abuse in that sense. It's kind of like having the freedom to keep and own a firearm, which is a freedom that we all have here in this country. That doesn't give you the freedom to use it against one another in a carefree manner. Same thing with our freedom of speech. We're allowed to say things, but the moment we get into slander or some of the dark things that he started talking about, it's like, that crosses a line. If nothing else, it crosses it for me. But anyway, hopefully we won't have to deal with that fella again. But the problem is that the next wave will probably happen within another 2-3 months, kind of like how it's been doing it for the last year. And I did see that post, Jess, that you shared about One Piece coming to this game. That'll be nice. I hope they bring some of the abilities with it. Could you imagine going around this map and getting devil fruits? Oh, look, a well-done burger. We're probably going to do this for another 30 minutes to 45 minutes, and then we'll wrap this side up and then go on to the animation side of things. I have had a project the last few days I've been working on, and I did not get done nearly as much as I wish I could have. I was hoping to get done exactly 80-90% done, and I got done about 25% on this project. So that means that I'm not going to announce it just yet. But I am saying that it is something I'm going to keep working on during this January, and hopefully by February, it will be in that position I can do it. A lot of this last month was reading information to kind of get the project figured out, and it will be the next project that takes place after the next Lego project. But also, I don't mention this a whole lot nowadays. I used to talk about it more, but if you think of something you kind of want to see for these streams moving forward, or for some of the content that we're making, be sure to mention it. I am always looking for inspiration. I might not be able to act upon it immediately, but I would definitely do my best to try and incorporate it as best as possible. We've done that actually quite a bit over the last couple of months, and it doesn't always happen immediately, but I try and incorporate these things, if nothing else, between now and about right now, about 6 months afterwards. Hey, bot. Did you see the board game I put in a couple of days ago? I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. Which one was that?
You didn't react if you did see it.
Oh, then I probably didn't see it then. What was the board game?
Well, board should be in air quotes.
Oh.
There's two sets. One says it's called Let's Hit Each Other with Fake Swords.
What? Okay, I definitely did not see that.
Includes two foam swords in the magnificent card game. It's a card game where you settle disputes with squishy swords.
That's hilarious.
And then Twister Air.
What?
Where you wear colored bands, like it's honestly it looks like it has to be like it's only like could be two people going against each other, and you wear the color band like a different color on like each wrist and each foot, and then you've got to match it with where it's showing the color on the TV or whatever.
Interesting.
I thought you'd get a kick out of the fakes. And then the whole idea that Twister, oh no, not doing it. It's like you gotta do this weird, like sort of like like when Wii first came out type of thing for Twister, and not actually twist or like twist yourself.
Interesting. That's really clever. If only things like that were like games I could be able to bring out at like events. I would totally do something like that. Maybe it just needs a little bit of creativity to take it to the next level. Confirmed Jeff's new project is a rocket. A rocket to Mars. No, BR Jason. I believe we're placed on this earth to dwell on this earth. Unlike Elon Musk, I am happy with the earth that we've been given. And I'm not trying to flee it.
Oh yeah, I see that you're actually. I don't remember if I ever heard you say anything on stream about. I put back at the end of December where I tagged you saying I thought you note the sarcasm, love the CGI and
yes.
that yogurt commercial
that
with the
hilarious.
singing cow.
Hey, you know, it was actually a better singing cow than some other animations I've seen. So, I commend them for for their bad animation.
And I thought you could go that. I should be sleepy. Me at 3 a.m. watching German grass side cutting competitions. Like, how is that a competition? Like, what? You know, there's like weird random competitions out of Europe. Let's follow a wheel of cheese rolling down a super steep hill. Let's see how fast someone can use an old-fashioned thing to cut grass. Or that, was this something we've seen in this? With that, weighing? I think that was another German one. Or they had to like try and like they have enough time to like cut, get away, so that thing where the guy gets cuts the pretzel and gets it like exact. Trying to, I don't know. I see weird stuff in this. Yeah, I shared so much weird stuff, and so some of it I don't end up sharing. They forget it, or it's like I don't know if I actually want to put this in to share or not.
I understand. A realistic aircraft takeoff. Ooh. You know.
Oh, splitting championship, that's what they call it.
My very first audio drama that I ever did was an airplane takeoff. You know, I think I can actually revamp that and use it for the audio of an animation. The brains are working now. Good idea. Good idea. Life-carrying races? Somehow I think that might maybe spark some of the maybe some audience viewing that could get a little inappropriate. So I'll avoid doing that one, VR Jason. It's real. Look it up. Oh, I know it's real. Oh, I know it's real.
I found it. It's the splitting competition. They have to try and cut these things perfectly in half.
Oh, yes, the one where they're doing the pretzel. I think you shared that a couple of months ago.
A short, yeah. I just put a short in videos. So that's fun. But that's one where, yeah, he gets it exact, and it's like, that's a real reality show they need, like,
honestly, that's a good skill to have. You can tell who was a sibling. Oof. To be honest, my friends and I have invented some really lame games, and we're able to do anything else like on a log drive, so I get it. Some of the there's some games that me and my siblings did when we were going cross country, and they never really took off. But the one thing that we did do is tell stories. So we would not play games traveling as much. We would just tell stories for the vast majority of it. And it was always hilarious. He had so much fun doing that. Rashimasu. I want to buy some chicken. Where are these other players? All right, bike. Oh, hello. There you are. How dare you destroy that gas station? Dadman would be very upset that you took his opportunity to destroy it from him. Oof. That was not very good. Men turn everything into games. You know, that can be truth. Are you thirsty for chicken? Invader Sim. Invader Sim. I can't say I've heard that before.
Oh, Invader Zim? S-I-M? Z-I-M, I mean?
Zim, yep. Sorry, I mispronounced it.
Animated show from when I was younger. I'm trying to remember what it looked like. I think it might be one that you would call an abomination.
Okay, I'm not surprised I don't know about it. Greetings, DJ Gaming. How are you doing? Invader Zim was somebody who was not content to stay on his home world, his home planet. Thirsty for chicken. You know what that reminds me? And when mentioning it with planets, that reminds me of Dr. Doofenshmirtz and the Chickeninator.
Okay, I just dropped in the VC chat screenshot showing you.
Ugh! Oh, that's hideous. You're right, it's an abomination. Think of the poor artists. You go to school and you think that you're going to become this great artist doing beautiful works of art, and then you get stuck with making that. That's so sad. So sad. Bwahaha. Yeah, Jeff would definitely call it an abomination. Well, it is. Yeah, that is exactly what it is. In fact, I gotta close out that chat so I don't have to see it. The creator of Zim did not like fast food, so he insists on it as much as possible. Insults it as much as possible. Ah. I realized that my UI for the chat is actually all messed up. That's weird. Huh. Why is it all messed up? Well, let's just hide that for the time being. Where did the chat UI go? I don't know. Okay. So with the animations, though, there are some pretty neat ideas I really want to explore. One of them is a project that is 2D. I don't have the skill to do that one just yet, but I hope to be able to have that skill by time of next year. This year has been all about trying to get the Lego animations working. Next year, I want to try and rekindle my skills in 2D animation. So by the time we come to fall of this year, I want to go back to 2D. Not permanently, but as another tool, because I want to do a short that involves 2D. It's a short that is called Damn. And yes, you can guess what that's probably going to be about in relation to beavers. But anyway, it's a story that I've been wanting to tell for a long time, and I think I'm almost to the point where I could actually do it. Almost. All right. Let's go right here. So with tonight's animation, the main focus of it is going to be refining, trying to make sure that the final scene fits some of the other renders that have been coming out. Now, I have refined this last shot multiple times, and I think I know the problem. The issue was that I'm trying to do it in one shot when I probably need to break it down to 2 or 3. And so I'm going to go back and I'm going to try and edit that. So in a few minutes, we're going to be going back to that and hopefully
gotta get that
find
close?
some success.
I got that pretty close.
What?
Got that pretty close.
Did you throw the sword? Or did you throw... Oh, you threw
the mini.
I opened up a chest right here, and it appeared at the exact same time. And so I thought it came out of the chest. I didn't realize you threw it, so it would actually join the collection of items right here. I
found it, and I wonder if something happens if I would dance over here. Down here, there's a old-fashioned couch with one of the gnomes sitting on it. TV across from them, and one of the robots is over by the TV holding a no dancing sign.
So obviously the robot doesn't want to dance with somebody. So
Nope,
it's not going to be
doing
breaking the
anything
song.
over here.
You mean beavers being considered in some cultures as the final judge of souls? Salvation? Or, well, no. Well, it's going to be a little bit more meaningful than that. It's a touching story. And actually, it's my very first attempt of doing a 2D animation back when I was a kid. But you know the problem? I didn't have a way to actually draw and keep everything nice and organized. When I did my first animation,
What the?
it did not turn out well. I still have the old animation. I still have the papers for it, and it is so bad. But you know what? It was on its way. It was like actually working. I just couldn't make it work for the entirety of it. So I want to go back and redo it. It's one of the shorts that when I got Castercraft started, it was one of the main shorts I wanted to make. It will become a big focus. So when I finally actually do break ground on it, I'm going to be spending months on it. I do not want to finish it in a few days. I don't want to rush it in any way, shape, or form. I want it to be as clean of animation and as authentic to what the original vision was as possible. I got no idea how to get there. I might have to do another animation beforehand, another 2D animation, in order to get familiar with the whole process again. But yeah, it's I really want to do that. And I think that this next year, come this next winter, so next Christmas, I hope to break ground on that. Maybe I'll have some extra resources to kind of help make it possible. I want to get a new tablet. Sometime this year, I have to get a new tablet. Mine is good, but it's just too small for what I need it to be. Take that, bot. Render each frame would make it easier too. Rendering each frame would make it easier too. I'm not quite familiar with what you're referring to. My brain already has gone on to like 2 or 3 other subjects, so I think I must have. I'm forgetting what you're referring to, so my apologies. I went over way too much ground. I've done. My brain's done forgot what I was mentioning a while back. I mean, once I get refreshed of it, I will remember. But off the top of my head, I'm spacing. It's one of the reasons why you maybe notice that I repeat myself on the occasion. Because at times, I forget how much ground we've covered. I don't have a notepad, so I don't know how much of it I've covered and how much I still intend to cover. It's not like that time a couple of years ago when I was doing the anti-AI speech, and it took 3 streams to finish. That one was scripted, for the most part. Well, they're very angry that they've been out here for so long that they've gotten soggy. Poor gingerbread.
Using Reef as
Oh golly. I think there's the chance for a song there but my singing skills are too poor to be able to figure out what that play off of that scene would be in a Christmas sort of sound. Make a folder and animate and render animation, but save each frame so you're able to join them together to make the video. Oh, yes. That way, if there's a problem with the render, you don't have to do the whole thing over again. Yes, yes, absolutely agree with that. So when I was younger, I had a project that was breaking on me a whole lot. And I did not know that at the time. And for render after render, I was trying to fix it. And I started panicking because the project, which I'll show you the project after this round. The project...
You want to kill some bots?
Bots, yes. Gotta always destroy bots. Oh. I'm missing every shot. Ooh, careful with that.
Yeah, my bot.
Right. Yeah.
Like, shouldn't be surprised someone called Cinder like to be explosive.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there we go. But so I did this project for my first real commission, and the time for it to be done was nearing, and I started to panic because I had rendered about 10%. And
I don't know if you're carrying them.
Oh yeah. I've already used them all. I have enough for the whole stack. My bad.
Okay.
So
I've got 3 med kits. So. I
right,
could
perfect.
drop air sprite.
No, not the sprite. The poor little sprite. Squishy's been abandoned.
Well, the air one's not as helpful as the water one. I was just keeping him because he's cute then.
Yes, indeed.
And if I jump a lot, he giggles and froth.
So the renders were crashing, and I didn't know what was going wrong, and other students had no idea what was going wrong either. And we got 10% of it done. And we're like, this is a problem. We have days left to get this thing figured out.
That way.
So we went to a computer lab on campus. Oh, missed that one. Went to a computer lab on campus. Oh, this big bullet drop. And we used 20 computers behind us.
Hmm?
Oh, never mind. Not behind us.
The bot?
Okay, it was the bot that must have heard.
You know, my bot's shooting them too.
This thing is a wicked drop. There we go. Just had to dial it in. Okay, I'm going in. So with 20 computers, we started working on rendering oh no. Shoot, that did not go well. We started rendering individual frames for the first time. And it suddenly saved the project. We went from having no chance of being able to do it to suddenly where we were rendering literally individual files for individual frames because we could not string them together. The program was crashing. It was too complex. I'm going to pull that up now because this thing it looks simple now. It looks very simple. But man, it was complex in the day. All right. Stand by just a second. I have to go back over here. Okay, we got old 2. Final videos. Past work. And it is right here, I think. Aha, here we go. So it was it this one? This looks like it, yes. Okay. So we remove that one. move this one back here. And stand by just a second, folks. We're going to transition the scene. And nope, stop. You're not supposed to be playing just yet. Okay. All right. There we go. All right. Sad that I don't have the controls over here immediately. So this was the one where it took rendering individual frames across multiple computers, 20 computers, going back and forth, trying to figure this thing out. Now, it actually looked pretty decent in the end. It was a lot of fun to set up. But man, it was a nightmare to render. After about 3 frames, the machine would break. And you couldn't set it to being every 2 frames or something like that. You had to go around literally from computer to computer for 20 minutes a frame rendering this thing out. So we would spend whole evenings going back and forth, jumping between machines, rendering this thing out. Well, I was doing a lot, but sometimes I had some help. We'd be going back and forth, kind of set it up, and by the time we got through setting up all the scenes, we'd go back around to the first machine and kind of start the whole thing over again. Finally, we found a way to optimize it, and we were able to do it in batches of 10. And by the time we got to batches of 10, it was good to go. And so, because there were thousands of frames, it never would have happened otherwise. 20 machines, finally got it figured out, and just about failed the commission. But it was good fun, and it turned out decent. It wasn't great. It was just decent. And the countdown was something where people just didn't know how to do it. And so it's kind of a failure. So anyway, my first time trying to do a concert intro. And only time. Well, no, I take that back. There's one other time that I got to do a follow-up, but that one was sabotaged by another student. But I've told that story before, so we won't go over that one again. All right. got a little bottle of soy sauce with you. I used nefarious ways to figure out what the kanji meant the other day what the kanji I mentioned the other day meant. It means Yokozuna. In another time, you'd need to explain how it's so different from the usual writing of it. Ah, yes. Yes, indeed. So that's very interesting. I now know how to be able to do the search for that. I kind of thought that was probably going to be the case, but because there were several other writings across the attire, I didn't know if that was going to be it or if it was going to be one of the other series of characters. That is very interesting. I'm now very curious. I'm going to have to look into that. I still have to figure out if I'm going to be able to take Japanese again this spring, because I need to be able to take the next level. But I don't know if I have that bandwidth to be able to do it. I'm kind of strung thin right now. A PC is now more powerful than 20 back then. That is true. So very true. Matchmaking error. That did happen. We did have a lot of problems back in the day, and so many of them have been resolved. I'm glad that Blender by default goes with some of the more reliable systems, but I gotta say, back in the day when we were working with Maya came with some of the worst render settings that I could have imagined. And I don't even know why they had that. It should have been obvious to them that Hollywood knew that something was wrong. But no one flagged them for it. And so we were using the wrong render settings and rendering out videos. And we never thought to use frames because it didn't come by default. Why? Why did Maya not know to do that? No idea. But I am glad that machines are so powerful. My machine's actually getting pretty old at this point. But you know what? It's still kicking. When you get reliable parts, it lasts a long time. It may not be the fastest machine in the world. But that's one thing I'm really grateful for, is that over the time that I've been in Alaska, I've only had to replace the parts once. I didn't even have to replace all of it. I just had to replace elements of it. I still have an old video card in there. I mean, I have 3 video cards, so I have 2 new ones and 1 old one. New CPU, newer CPU and motherboard, newer RAM, but same hard drives, same power source, same case. I got a big case so I can be able to upgrade it like that, so I can save a little extra money. But I am almost to the point where I need to upgrade the machine again. Not yet. I have to wait another full year before I can financially be able to do that. I have a new GPU on my shopping list, says Wolfie. Currently rocking a GTX 960. Hoping for a GeForce RTX 4060 Ti soon. That would indeed be very nice. All right, while this thing is matchmaking, I'll be right back. I need to get myself some more water. Just put a nice big squirt of lime in the drink and it is delicious. Because mine is an illusion. Why am I the only one laughing? You know, Autodesk really has fallen apart. It's a sorry state compared to what it used to be. It was the industry standard, still is. Its position is falling apart, though.
I laughed a little when you said that you squeeze some lime into your drink.
No.
Well, no, well, a little bit because oh yeah, Jeff and lime.
Yep. Gotta love lime.
And also, they just Thursday, Meghan Markle dropped a trailer for her cooking show, and the thing that everyone's like mocking about it is that she's done the idea of like, oh, just add a little mint and that just elevates it.
A little mint into lime?
like on a dish, like adding mint to something. Just add a little mint, and somehow it's now so elevated and just tastes so amazing.
By the way, mint and lime and lemon, really good tasting.
Well,
my favorite drink is mint. Sorry, say it again.
Well, I think it's because it looks like she just like adds a sprig of mint on top of something.
Oh,
like, that don't do anything. You gotta crush it. It's not any like another thing they're talking about her freezing edible flowers and ice cubes as like a way to like elevate your water. And it's like you're not getting any flavor because they look pretty. The flowers look pretty in it. So it's like you've not done anything to make their juices release. So they're not going to do anything but just look pretty. You're not. Yeah, the episodes are 33 minutes long. It's going to be ridiculous.
PR Jason said.
She saw a caprese thing that it just looks bad.
PR Jason says, "What? I was told by a credible source that lime goes with coconuts. You know, as I understand, it is recommended by doctors everywhere." Then it's just me. I don't know much, but look pretty. 3 out of 4 doctors, in fact.
But yeah, thinking the idea of a caprese salad does look like a ladybug, and the thing that was like on some of those like full recipe websites from years ago. That's what they could thick cut round of cheese, a bit of the green, and then the tomato, but like half, and it's like black olive or something, and like little dots on the tomato, so it looks like a little ladybug. Megan's idea of, her is an avocado caprese, so she has a crostini with avocado, and then the thin thing of the cheese, and then the tomato, and it's just, it doesn't hit the stage. Like you have that little green there to represent, ladybug sitting on the leaf. It just don't look as pretty, as cute.
Right. Now there was a animation technique that I saw. I was over the break. Over the break, I saw an animation technique, and it was really, really neat. And what I found fascinating about it, I looked at the guy's channel, and all his animations that he had done had no story to them. I know I'm not the world's best animator. I know I'm not the greatest when it comes to storytelling. I know I'm not the best when it comes to a great many things. I like to think that I'm a little bit of everything, and together it allows for some more unique stuff. And the reason why this channel stood out to me is because this guy was a master at what he did, a master animator, with no story to bring his projects in and really let them stand out. I mean, sure, they were interesting, kind of like my little Christmas tree animation. Is it pretty-ish? Yeah, sure. But once you've seen it once, why ever watch it again? I know that about my stuff. Most of the animations I've done have been in that vein. I hope to be changing that with the next few animations. The hiker, it has an actual story behind it. Kind of like Distracted, just a little bit more interesting. Each animation is designed to get the stories to become a bigger and bigger element of the animations. Because I don't want pretty animations, necessarily. I want them to look good, but I don't want that to be the only thing going for it. I want them to have meaning. I want them to have a story behind them. I want people to look at it and say, that was either inspiring, it was funny, it was any number of things. The one thing I don't want it to be is simple and forgettable. And I can definitely say, currently, they are definitely that.
Someone's in this building.
Yeah, we had about 2-3 teams joining us.
Well, he landed on the ledge and bought a weapon off of Jonesy. I landed on the roof and grabbed a weapon, so I saw him.
Got one. Was that you? Nope.
Shockwaving? No. Ah, shoot. Oh, wow, I actually heard him.
They're escaping.
Right here at the tree.
Yep. There we go.
Ah.
He would have fared better if he had just stayed and fought it out. Ooh, a sword! Huzzah. Now they'll be running for the hills. Come out and face me! Oh, wait a minute. They ran for the hills. There's no one to be fighting here. So with the animations, I hope that by slowly improving upon them a little bit at a time, that we will have, honestly, my goal is to make animations that are Pixar short quality. I know I won't get to that by myself. Eventually I need to figure out a way how to work and make a team sort of project. I don't have that skill yet. I don't have the resources for that. But in the coming time, I want to take the stories that I have and make them into bigger and bigger and bigger projects. Currently, I'm about at the max of what one person can do for right now. I will get faster. I will get better at this, slowly but surely. But I hope that eventually I'll be able to do some other projects that are going to help to tie in 3D communities and give the ability for people that maybe have the desire to want to do projects but don't have a story to work on, gives them the ability to do that. Now, we have an event that's going to be taking place at the end of this month. This is not an event that is tied to what I've been kind of dreaming about, but it does do something else which is really important. It starts to tie these 3D artists together and gives them common projects and groups to work with. Where are you, Jess? Oh, there you are.
You see this? Floating.
Oh, look at that! A chicken! The chicken is trying to take flight! Silly Boyd. I'm gonna get a car so we can start meandering. Oh, there's a car. Perfect. Storm. If you need help, why don't you just ask AI? Oh, wait. I think I know the answer to that. Never mind. VR Jason. You know what I need to do? I need to animate something about that's like me destroying a Terminator. Destroying the AI. And I could play that every time somebody suggests that I work with AI in one way, shape, or form. I just have to think of what that's going to be. If someone is a meme maker, feel free. Want to see an update on my scene? Absolutely. Feel free to share that. That'd be great versus the T-1000. The AI would not be back. By the way, if you've not heard Beardo's impersonation of Arnold Schwarzenegger, it's incredible. He is so good at it.
Oh, I think
Okay.
I found the teammate I was wondering where they were at.
Yep. All right, I'm going to
Taking shots at the car.
start the attack. Here we go. That failed.
All the
Nicely
candy.
done. Tasty candy.
Like how they totally forgot that I was shooting at them. And you hit them right in front of me and they just kept shooting at you.
That was probably not the best strategy that they could have implemented. Where are they? Oh, there they are. Oh, bots.
Over there on the beach.
Mighty monkfish.
I took out Wild Cactus Bob.
Poor Bob. Poor Bob the cactus. All right, you drive, Jess. I'm going to pull up this image. Ooh. Hey, that turned out really nice. Really nice. I love the lighting on here. The lighting is wonderful. Lighting always sells a scene so well. That's really refined. Well done, sir. Well done. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what Pantheon has been working on for some time now. He's put a lot of effort into that. There's a lot left to do. There always is. As you all have seen with my Lego animations, there's always something else to do, always something else to add. By the way, not to get onto an AI rant, because you all know my opinions on AI. I did see somebody recently bragging about using AI to do some of their animations.
You want a purple SMG?
That would be wonderful. I have a blue one, so I would like to
I
swap it
found
out.
one.
And so, what I've noticed with some of these people that want to use AI to do their animations are starting to feel simpler. Like there was somebody, they were using AI to animate a 3D scene.
Probably went ahead like.
But it wasn't animation in that sense. It wasn't even a 3D scene. What it was a mock-up
Never mind.
of a
Oh,
3D
yeah.
scene, but it didn't have any dimension to it. One of the great things about animation is that there is dimension to it. We don't have the rubber hose technique that they had with the early days of animation. That is why all their arms looked like they were noodles. It was called the rubber hose technique because they didn't understand the concept of how to keep volume and form to their characters. Disney animators figured out how to do that. They studied real life and eventually found out a good combo for that. But to use AI is akin to an animator saying that the rubber hose technique is the only technique that should be done, not realizing that there is no form to what they're doing. Oh, but it's making it so much faster. Everyone's going to need to get faster. You know what happens when everybody gets faster? Nobody has quality. It's all nonsense. It's all dribble. People are going to start to crave high quality. It's kind of like what happened during the 60s and the 70s. Animation became super, super cheap. That's one of the reasons why so many of the animations look like they are like cardboard cutouts at times. That's why the Rocky and Bullwinkle show was so cheap for them to make. It was incredibly cheap because it was incredibly simple. They could churn out episodes weekly with like no negative downside to it. But you know what the downside was? Quality. And how many of us would actually go back and watch a Rocky and Bullwinkle episode and say, look at this high quality animation, I love watching it. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing as a Pixar animated film or a DreamWorks animated film. None of us would say that. Well, nobody in there, should be saying that. Now you could say there's something nostalgic for things like the Flintstones or the Jetsons. I don't disagree with that. But when it comes down to quality, they still pale in quality compared to just about any other animation studio out there. I actually have a gold one. Thank you for pinging it all the same. AI is only going to make people crave that which is real and high quality again. Right now, it doesn't happen. People are just kind of accepting of dribble. We're in the age of social media, but it's coming to an end. I didn't think it was coming to an end until recently when I saw people abandoning it. I've known so many people at this point who've just said, nope, that's enough, no more social media. They've all abandoned it. I'm one of the few people I know who is actively on social media. But I'm doing it because this is like a side gig for me. And I kind of need social media for these streams. But no one else is using it. At least in my circles. Not you all, but in my personal circles, nobody else is using it. It's becoming too filled with bots. It's becoming too trivial. And as such, we are reaching a point where we will start to crave high quality again. And I think we're a few years from that happening. Maybe even a few months from
Did you want an airboom?
Sure.
One where you move faster with your pickaxe?
That'd be wonderful. Just a second, there's an enemy over here. I'm going to deal with them. That person had a ghost chasing him. I didn't know we were in the area where the ghost could spawn.
No, not really.
Fickle Knight. It's all animated too, and I got to do decals and added more and it's all animated too, and I got to do decals and more added and so on. Lol. Well, I hope that turns out well for you. Alright, coming back up.
Okay.
Here I am.
How did I do that? Well, the boon's up at the
over
temple.
there. Yep.
I can't carry that.
Yep.
I don't know how I
No
dropped the
worries.
car like that.
Well, that's quite the fancy parking job.
My God. How many things are you? Wait. It's not actually trapped on anything. I took everything out, but it's still opening. Okay.
There we
Once
go.
you got in the drop. Like I knocked everything out. Why are you
Physics
still
got
in it?
disabled. So just because you can, quote, make an animated movie off of AI doesn't mean it's going to be good. Especially after the people have been doing the stuff with it that they have been. The one thing people are lacking is quality. It all looks bad. It all doesn't fit together. Could it improve a little bit more? Yes. But we're also hitting a limit with what AI can do. We're starting to realize some of the limitations of it, and people who are studying AI are like, yeah, something's off about this. I'm happy about that, of course, as you can guess. Now, who are you shooting over here?
I'm coming.
Oh, yeah, let's get back to the road. Oh, wait, let me see if there's a sword over here. Yeah, there's a replacement sword, and there's another one over here as well. Wonderful.
They're flying over on the road.
Yep.
Oh, there's none. The shock went out.
Oh, he did a lot of damage.
Oh, you've got one.
Oh,
Reboot.
reboot indeed. Oh, got hurt.
Where's that come? Oh, down there.
Okay, I'm up. Ready for battle again. No! The villain! Well, there's a lot of people here. No, not you, Snoop!
lot of people because of the circle.
Heal. Oh, nice. Heal.
Ah!
Oh. Oof. Good try. We're going to do one last one, and then we will wrap it up for this side, and then we'll go to the animation.
Okay.
So when you animate something with AI, let me admit, it is getting horribly good. Why do I say horribly? Well, because of all the things I've said about AI to this point, it has a very, 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 very dark implication. And I think this year, we are going to see something that is probably going to shell shock us. Some people, that was last year. Last year shell shocked a lot of people. We saw on a public scale how easy it was to impersonate. The common person doesn't know, common man and woman don't yet know how bad this can get. X, for example, you can now do an AI image generation. I don't know if it's permanent for just everybody or if I just have it because I have the basic account. I refuse to get the higher paid account because I didn't want to have access to this. Now I suddenly have access to it. Now I want to get rid of it. Because I've seen people already in the last 6 months using AI to deceive people. Things that is obvious to someone like you or me who maybe is a little bit more critical. There are people that are looking at stuff and they are completely convinced that it is real. Now, some of it is fairly harmless. A lot of it is harmless. Oh, it's for memes! No, that's not the part that scares me. The part that scares me is the ones that you don't even know were AI. And they're not telling you that it was AI. The reason why? Because the people that made it did it with such the intent that they wanted it to harm. And to tell that it was AI would ruin the purpose. What if I went outside right now with my camera and I were to film for you all that it was not actually in Alaska, that it was actually in Hawaii? Be able to pull away the curtain and suddenly you realize that it's all fake. See, you can green screen things and people can be just kind of, yeah, they think, yeah, well, it's pretty obvious that's fake. If I went out and used AI to show myself walking along a beach and say, this is actually where I've been living this whole time, I never lived in Alaska to begin with. If I use AI with the current iteration that is there, I could actually do it. I could actually pull it off to where nobody would know the difference.
I remember, do you like the hunting rifle?
It's all right. I still prefer the sword, of course.
Okay. I found a hunting rifle.
All right. I'll come on over there.
So I was gonna say, if that was something you really liked, I'd bring it over to you.
Right here. Where's it located? Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Confirmed Jeff is on Mars. That's the planet he said he was content to stay on. I would enjoy having a respectful conversation with you on stream about AI. You know what? I love talking and hating on AI, so by all means, sir, anytime. So, I could convince you all that I would be actually in Hawaii. Remember the story I said a while back about my grandparents being deceived that I was hurt and in need of financial aid in Canada? If you weren't there for that, my relatives were deceived. And thankfully, they had the wherewithal to call my mother to double check. They had somebody who just said he doesn't want to talk to you. There's a problem. And they had all this official information. They had all this data. But you know what I found interesting was that everybody's dealing with that. A lot of people had that problem. Your Royal Exile grandparents. Yeah. So they were deceived, and they almost shelled out thousands of dollars in order to bail me out of jail. I want you to imagine if your parents or grandparents or whatnot were told that you were in a bad way, and they were sent a video call of you talking to them using only words that they would be familiar with. You are beat up, you're damaged, you're like, I'm being held for ransom. And they are going to gut me if I don't give them money. Please help. I know a lot of people who wouldn't hesitate to help. That is the world that we're in. You no longer need a hostage. You can fake it. Oh, but you're not concerned about that? You have smart and intelligent parents or grandparents? Okay. Sure. Wonderful. Have you checked your text messages lately and wondered, boy, you know what? Little Timmy has been having a wonderful time on his travels. And look, he even sent us a wonderful picture and says, hey, having a great time on my journeys. Wish you were here. Well, that's what he said before. He uses the same word choices, got photos of him. And in reality, little Timmy is being held in a Chinese prison. And he's not allowed to tell you about what it is that happened. And every time he writes a message to you, he's allowed to use it because, you know, you're allowed to keep information like you're allowed to keep your ability to communicate or whatnot because, you know, America is like expecting China to behave or whatnot. That's debatable. Notice my sarcasm. But then it turns out that the Chinese internet is now using an American-built AI, because China can't build their own AI, to forge your own personality and tell people the message that they want you to hear. This is happening. It's happened with people in Hong Kong. I heard about this report over a year ago. Why can't I attack him? That's weird. Sometimes you can attack, sometimes you can't.
If you're swinging your pickaxe as you get in, that's when you can still attack. Or if you're shooting and you get the right angle. But if you're talking about swinging the pickaxe, you gotta be swinging your pickaxe as you get in.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that car's ran off quite a bit.
Okay. But we have the ability to hunt them down. They're missing a tire. There they are.
Oh, no, I was attacking someone with a car. You were attacking an SUV. Oh, footsteps. Where'd I see the footsteps? Whoa!
There we go. So, this stuff is happening. And it really does freak me out. Because people that I know are, well, people that I know and care about are going to still send messages and call, and the thought that I might not be speaking to them angers me. Now, I actually had somebody who was a relative. Nicely done. I had somebody who was a relative who appeared in propaganda, and it was fake. They were being accused of horrible things, and to the point of where there had to be some level of clarification given by a U.S. entity to say, is this true or is this false? Because of that, you have to wonder, what is going to happen in 2 years? What's going to happen in this year? The year where AI videos have gotten near impossible for the average person to detect. Nicely done.
SUV driving away.
Okay. I'm getting a car. This one's missing a tire, but it's still going to work until we get to a gas station. So I've seen these things happening.
Where they wanted.
Hey, there's somebody.
There they are.
Take this fish. Sushi time.
Where is the...
He's on the roof.
Up for?
Right here.
Whoa, bouncy.
There we go. So because of this, we have entered a very scary era. And I'm not trying to say this to be like, oh, we gotta be, ooh, the AI is coming for you. No, I'm saying this is something this is a reality that we now have to live with. We will not know what truth is at this point. Maybe that's what the government wanted all along. Now we are going to have to be reliant upon them to verify.
Reboot.
And I don't like that idea. I don't like the idea that there has to be a ministry of truth. But with our blind acceptance of AI, are we not just
I
begging?
don't know where the reboot was.
It was behind us. It was over in that direction. Are we not inviting this to be our future? What if the inauguration later on this week, what if it, we see footage of it and it goes smoothly, and then in reality, it didn't go smoothly at all? You would never know. Now, fortunately, we're not at that point yet, but we are getting very close to that. So we got to be careful. We got to be wise, because we have entered this new age and we don't really have any sort of countermeasures that we've even considered.
Do you see what direction they went?
They went that way. Go up onto the road and then just head on in that direction. Oh, wait, there's guys behind us.
Oh, there's shots behind us.
Never mind. I just realized Squishy's in the back. Oh, it looks almost like he's sitting in the back seat.
What? Where are those shots?
Confirmed. Trump is really on Mars with Elon and Jeff. Oh no. You guys figured it out. You know the secret. Oh, he's just over the cliff. Hey, Banana. Time to split. Oh, I see you. Calculated your chances, and they are 0. Calculator on the back of his back bling there. So now I have thought, I really have thought about kind of going all out, using AI, using special effects to try and make a deception video, to try and awake people to what can happen. But then I realized, if I were to do that, that would be drawing a roadmap, and we might. Ooh, wow. Up. There we go.
I'm gonna wait to see where the next circle is if you're so close to it.
That's fine.
Circle. There we
So
go.
I thought it would be interesting to try it, but it also would be scary to realize that, you know what? Someone might actually get the idea to actually do this. And this got confirmed to me by Tim Pool. I was watching a video of his, and he gave the same sort of idea. And he said, you know, AI could do something really scary. I've been thinking about it, and I thought about even just telling you guys what it could be, and I realized that would actually encourage someone to actually try and do it. I don't know what it is that he was referring to, but I think I know. And if that is indeed the case, heaven help us. Really.
Well, and also, if you do that, yes, the context around it would be, well, I made this to show you what this is really like. But if you ever try to, you start doing your anti-AI talk, someone will go, well, you hypocrite, we have this proof, you used the AI.
Yes, there's that too. There's so many problems that can happen with it. But that's why I'm so concerned about it, because it's like I'm holding my breath, hoping that this stuff doesn't get used in the way that I kind of suspect it will. And that's why I think that it will happen this year. If not this year, then next year. We are at that point where the tools now exist. The techniques now exist. Welcome to the new world. There's someone to our left, just so you know.
Okay. I was like, wait, double check the map to see if it looked like.
In the building. Right.
they tried to take out the boss or not. I see the footsteps.
Take this, Lord Vader. Oof. Whoa, he got me. Dang. Wow, that was surprising. I almost had him there, and somehow he didn't go down. Oof. Well, we're going to bring the games to an end there. It's time to go over to animation. Much appreciated, Jess, for joining me in on joining with me on that.
No problem.
All right. While the program loads up, I'm going to get myself some more water, and we will proceed from there. Okay, here we are ready to continue with our Lego animation. All right, so it's this last scene I have to figure out. This one's routinely been a frustrating one to try and figure out. It is getting... Oh, wrong one. It is getting better. But not quite there yet. So now this is the reason why this scene is not going to work anymore. It has to do with this. Okay, where is this? Not that shot. This shot. Here we go. The reason why we have to change it is because of this shot right here. This shot changes everything. Because this is giving us more material to work with. It is going back and saying, okay, this here needs to be done beforehand, so the following scene makes more sense. They're both out for a hike, and they encounter one another. By the way, just a reminder, this scene was originally just supposed to be one shot, and now we're up to more than that. It says 7 shots, but there's actually sub shots because we go back and we added some extra details here and there. But this shot needs broken down, and the best way to do that is to storyboard it. So we're going to keep some of this, but we're also going to keep some other elements as well. So I think I can actually add in a note right into here. Maybe? How would I do this, actually? Just a second. Something was supposed to be simple, but partway through you made it like 5 times more difficult. Really? So surprised. Yeah. Reputation precedes me. I know. Wait a minute, where is this? So let me go back over here. 3D viewport draw. Just annotate. Wait, oh, go to preference. Go to preference, add-ons, story. It's not there. Where is this thing? Blender Story Pencil. Get add-on. Well, that's neat. Oh, wait a minute. It has no attribute. Why is that happening? Already registered as a subclass. So if we come back here. Hey, story pencil. Wait. Already registered as a subclass. So that is exactly the same problem. So we have Blender Story Pencil. What is the error again? Already registered as a subclass. Already registered as a subclass. Okay. What do I do? Answer when you install an add-on. It automatically looks for it. Excuse me. Okay. Panel twice. That's the error. Usually, what the developer does to prevent the add-on is add an if statement. But if he doesn't do it. Great. I can't do it because the programmer messed it up, and I don't know Python to be able to fix that. It's on my list of things to learn, but I have a lot of things I have to learn, and some things have taken the back seat. Great. I can't do that. Well, can't do it that way, so we're going to do it slightly different. So we're going to break this thing down. Full copy. Point 1. I really want this image of Sasquatch just flying through the air like this, getting ready to elbow the poor hiker. So we're gonna make that one of the shots. So let me see here. We're gonna do this in a roundabout way. add in a grease pencil, empty. There we go. Clear out the transformations. Focus again. There we go. Come into draw mode. Okay, so now we want to draw with why is it not working? Huh. Oh, because we're on pencil. Wait, what? Color attribute. There we go. Okay. So we're going to work in black here. And I'm not using the tablet for this, which I wish I could, but I'm afraid it'll cause something to glitch out, so. Look at this wonderful storyboard. Fancy, isn't it? Right, so we have our hiker initially right there. He's scared, he's running or doing the can or whatever that is. And then we have our Sasquatch running up. So that's scene 1. Goes back to 0 and 0. Okay, add in the next grease pencil. Go into draw. And our next scene is going to be of 1 that where the Sasquatch is jumping up in the air with his elbow getting ready to clobber our hiker. Scenes. And we need something to go in between these. Another image. So here's a thought. What if, to keep things a bit more clear and civil, why not show, rather than Bigfoot just wanting to beat him up for littering, what if you show him, like, trying to force him to basically clean up? That could be interesting. We'll leave that part open for the time being. We're not sure how it's going to end. So right now we just have these main frames right here. So we're breaking down the scene shot 7 into those. So here's a question that is related to hard work in AI. If you found out that your job was going to be nullified by an AI, would you be happy about that? I mean, you've never liked your work. You know, it'd be great to go on vacations more. AI could just do your work for you. I mean, only upsides, right? My job has been nullified by AI. I remember your story, Wolfie. I do remember that. So this is actually pertinent to your occasion, but I had somebody recently. He was saying about how great it would be just to have vacation time all the time. I mean, AI, it will give us the chance to make free money. Ooh, free money. Yeah. Well, you all know what I think about that. The whole time not realizing what that's going to do to them psychologically and professionally. There are already people in government and businesses alike that have realized, people can be frustrating at times. And I'm not speaking about our government, that's another thing entirely. I'm speaking about nations that are corrupt, like corrupt to the point of where it makes us look like saints by comparison. The CCP, people annoy them. Wouldn't it be great if they could just use AI to control people? And so that's one of the reasons why it's such a big push over there. But you always need something to labor with, to give yourself a sense of accomplishment. And AI starts to rob you of that opportunity. We had someone who came by these streams a couple months ago. Not for very long, but he was hoping to be able to get medically discharged from his work. So he could play games all day, and he could work on hobbies all day, so that he could basically indulge in things that he likes. I think he probably got what he was looking for. I've met several people that has actually become their reality. And you know how many of them are happy? None. That's the funny part about it, is that none of them are happy. I was thinking about the implications of when AI started taking over construction work, my other line of work. Yeah, that's a very real possibility. It won't be like completely AI. It's going to be AI-assisted foreign labor. I've already seen this stuff getting implemented. The idea that you could have somebody in India driving your heavy equipment by remotely, like a drone, and they're able to do your work for you. All you have to do is make sure that their AI-powered bot is in there. Now, why does it have to still be a human? Well, because AI isn't there yet, and probably never will, honestly. But the AI can help correct mistakes that the foreign labor makes. Very, very real possibility. It happened with my job. When I was first getting out of college and I started taking up freelance, that started immediately. you've seen the Tesla bots, I think you'll get there in our lifetimes. So now there is something really sketchy about the Tesla bots. There is a video that exists where there's somebody asking one of the Tesla bots a question and saying, "Are you autonomous or are you piloted?" And the bot responds with, "Oh, I'm being piloted right now, but this is supposed to be a demonstration of what the future will be." And if you look at what these things do in real life, how many times they mess up, it is laughable. But here's the real problem. I don't think they're ever going to become autonomous to the point of where they're going to be allowed to be off their training wheels. But if you put rails into their program, kind of like what they do with stocking warehouses, literally they put rails down and it follows the rails, you do have a job replacer. Really freaky stuff, honestly. And within the next few years, you're going to see a lot of people investing in these things. I know so many people, they want so desperately for this stuff to work. And you ask them why, and it's all the same answer. I don't want to work. Sure, none of us want to work. We're on a planet where we have to work for survival. If we stop working today, we will perish within a decade. Why do I say a decade? Because our resources are enough to where we have that ability to float. But most of the world will perish within the first year. We got to be careful. We can't automate our world and expect to have no consequences. If you have ever seen, if you go to some businesses or government agencies, and it feels like you're basically talking to a robot because the person is like void of their soul in many ways, imagine how much worse that will be if you were to take away any desire to do something with themselves of consequence and meaning. Just try and see what happens when you take away a person's motivation to get up in the morning. Oh, but it's soul-crushing work. Yeah, well, sure. We all hate soul-crushing work. And some jobs are soul-crushing, and I don't think that those are good jobs. But it troubles me when people think that somehow they're doing what's right by trying to automate their life and escape it. How many people are using things like Siri or Cortana or whatever other AI assistants there are? I challenge you to look at, to give them a test before and after they start using it. I really do think that you're going to see people who do not understand just how much their brains have simplified. I saw somebody a few years ago who was starting to use these AI assistant tools. And they were already showing horrible signs of losing it. They didn't have what it took to even do simple tasks. I gotta wonder, If you were to take away a person's need to reason, how many people would just immediately stop reasoning for convenience sake? Think of it like this. How many people watch sports? Now, I know there's a lot of people that love sports. I want you to watch what happens when they watch a sport versus playing a sport. When you watch a sport, a lot of your brain gets shut off. And I know I've offended every sports viewer in the world. But isn't that not a little true? Just a little bit? You can't impact the sport any. Nor can you really... And if you're not really doing it, if you're not really participating in it, you're letting someone else do it for you. If you're 500 pounds, exaggerating, sitting on a sofa, criticizing a play that you see in a sports game, how's that any different than deciding to make an AI to do your work for you, and then you just sit back and criticize it? Will we not become slothful? And make all sorts of mistakes in our life by doing that. As we saw with the lockdowns in places like Uganda, where the Western nations made them shut down too, even though only one person died at that point. But the majority of lives lives hand to mouth. So many starved. Yes. Yes, indeed. We know that atrophy of the brain because of the same thing happened to the invention of the printing press, but the trade-off was that it affected our memories, but we were able to spread reason further. So not so with AI. Have you I was in an argument with somebody, and they were convinced that I was wrong. Now, I'm wrong about a great many things, of course. We all are in our own ways. But he was convinced I was wrong, and I asked, well, can you prove it? And the way he proved it was by not proving it. He wanted an AI to prove it for him. So he turned to a chatbot to answer the question. You will see a lot of streamers do this. Oh, ask Grok what the answer is. Yep, Grok knows the answer. Oh, is that amazing? No, Grok spits out stuff, and you're slowly becoming dumb to it. And so thus you find it fascinating. It's like an internet search. No, internet search requires you to be the researcher, not the AI. You can tell an AI to search all you want for the right article, just like if you go searching throughout all the articles on the internet for the one that you want. But it doesn't make it any more true. You have to prove that it's true. So, when it comes to the atrophy of our brain, like BR Jason mentioned, are we not damaging our chances of understanding basic principles because we are so ready and willing to just surrender everything to a machine? To surrender our critical thinking? Why should I even have to speak at all? Why can't I just get an AI chatbot to just spit out little bits of information here and there? Make my job easier. Well, job, loosely stated there. Why don't I get an AI just to troubleshoot this stuff for animation? Well, it's because the more I surrender the more I'm going to struggle as a human being when I really need to be able to do something on my own. If the power were to go out tomorrow, how many of us would immediately find ourselves in a bad way? And I'm not talking out for a day or a week. I'm talking like months. The power goes out for months. Who is going to survive? Who's going to make it through to when the power comes back? Because it will come back. I am certain that me and my family are well prepared for such a thing. And I think that if, or even when, something like that were to happen, we would find ourselves actually probably at some peace, you could say. We would find it maybe a little more familiar to us because we grew up with a good understanding of the wilderness, of simple times. I've been spending time trying to practice all sorts of different techniques that are physically, that are like physical construction pieces, or just learning things that I can do without relying upon technology. And there's a lot of fun with that. But if it were to go out, I fear that we would experience something like what happened when I was on the East Coast and the power went out. Now, I grew up with power outages all the time. But I looked on the news and there were a couple of people who had ended their life because the power was out and they couldn't check social media. That sort of stuff happens and has continued to happen. So how many of us would endure? I think quite a few of us would endure, maybe a lot more than people may think. Like I know some guys that they may say that they can't survive without technology, but I guarantee if you were to take it all away, they would man up and they say, yeah, well, this is fun. But I know a lot of people that wouldn't. They tend to be certain types of people. People that are reliant too much on technology for medical care, for example, would not fare so well. But also people that have emotionally become so attached to their technology, they would fare terribly. I found that I can go for about 6.5 days without cat videos. So if the power comes back before then, I'll be okay. So now throw AI into the mix. What if you become so reliant upon AI to tell you everything that you should be doing that you literally don't know what to do with yourself the moment that it's gone? Now, I heard a scary concept that some parents were considering the joy of using an AI, especially a robot AI, to watch over their kids. They wanted the AI to replace them as parents. Wanted to be replaced. A child needs their parents. And if you say, oh, well, We don't want to send them to school. You know what? I'd rather have them go to a school than to be trained by an AI. Oh, but the school indoctrinates and the AI won't. Just wait till the people that you don't like figure out that they can use an AI to brainwash your kids. AI will do this stuff. It is not its own thinking machine. It's a deception. It is a puppet. A puppet that's controlled by evil people. I do believe they're evil because they want to abandon their God-given role of labor. And they want to rob from people that are poor and say, you know, we don't need you poor people. We'll get someone else to do your job. Well, and what do you do with all these poor people? Oh, give them money. You know, well, that's actually, I think that's a bit of a death sentence. And not being hypothetical there. If you want somebody to disappear, give them all the indulgences that they want and they'll stop struggling. And you know what? They won't be competition. Oh, you fancy that. You can be able to eliminate an entire population just by giving them what they want. And if the AI made it for you and the robot, well then it didn't really cost you a whole lot to begin with, right? So if they can make a bunch of cheap stuff, kind of like the CCP, you know how they make cheap stuff in China? Slave labor. If they can make stuff for free, basically, why wouldn't they want to get rid of you? If they're willing to take away your job, why do they have any obligation for your well-being? Can you compare AI to a hammer? I.e., they are both just tools to improve your productivity and workflow. I can compare it, and I also cannot. You know, I got a pen in my hands right now. It gives me the ability to write. I don't have to go out and burn a stick in order to now have a tool to write. I've saved myself time. I no longer have to worry about laboring so hard to be able to write. Now, interestingly enough, it turns out the ballpoint pen is actually a really, really sophisticated tool that not every nation can do. And apparently China just recently figured out how to do it. And I thought this whole time they knew, like, beyond the shadow of a doubt how to do it. But apparently there's some struggle with that. But you know what the difference is between this and a tool that is designed for basically thought process? One is designed to be an extension of you. It's designed to be a tool in which to improve either your workflow or your lifestyle or your ease of just kind of pressing on. What AI does, though, is it's not replacing a tool. It's not replacing a limb. It's replacing the one thing that human beings have always needed: the brain. That is the one muscle, the one part of your body you can't replace without severe, devastating consequences. A foolish people becomes enslaved. A foolish people will take a tool and they will perish at that tool. even though they should be in control of it. A foolish people has no future. If you sacrifice the brain, the ability to think, so you can have a tool, that tool will be the end of you. It's not just replacing a job. This is replacing the human being. I know some AI advocates, some people who are gung-ho about it, and you know what is fascinating about them? Within the very short amount of time they've been using it, their ability to reason and think plunged. They are so reliant upon it, to the point I know actually some jobs that refuse to allow people to use AI at this point because it is causing such brain damage. I mean, we thought the cell phone was a bad addition to our culture. We thought social media was a bad addition. How much worse is AI going to be? I will never allow descendants of mine to use social media. You know, assuming I actually ever have them. People that were in Japan. Now, I love the Japanese people, but they had a foolish thing that they were doing. They invested heavy into AI, heavy into robots, heavy into gaming, into social media. They went to 11 on it all. The loss of life over there is staggering. All of it a loss of hope. Give people struggle and they will press on. Give people something to be responsible for and they will struggle on. You take away their need to struggle, they won't care. Why do they need kids? They got an AI dog. They got an AI child. Why do they even need to marry? They have an AI wife. Or like one developer, she lost her husband. And so what did she do? She uploaded all his text messages to a homemade AI that she built, and she is now selling it in Asia to, I think, 2 billion people are registered to use this thing. No, it's not 2 billion. It's probably in the 200 million or something like that. There's 2 billion for something. I think it was like 2 billion accounts were made, but the amount of use was way less. Something like that. But she was devastated by the loss of her husband, and so rather than remarry, she went out and created a digital copy of her husband and then made it a usable tool that people could use across the world. And now she's a multimillionaire. No, I think 2 billion might have been what it was valued at for the product. That was probably it. But it was like the equivalent population of the United States across Asia. That's sick. That is sick. She replaced a human being rather than invest in a human being. So AI means that we will have even more of a population crash than we already are going for. We're going to have a loss of hope like what Japan has experienced. We're going to have a demonization of the lower class because they're going to become a burden to society, and not everyone can become a manager of an AI company. Not everyone can learn how to code. Not everyone can learn how to work with machinery. There are some people in this world, they're so simple. I'm not saying dumb. I'm saying they're so simple that they can only make wooden boxes. Yes, I know that there was a guy that I was aware of who only knew how to make boxes. He never learned how to move on from that. He was a simple man. He wasn't a bad man. He was just simple. Imagine what someone like what's going to happen to him. He's going to become a beggar on a street rather than make boxes. It's interesting that you feel that people's cognitive functions degrade with the use of AI. Speaking personally, I feel like it helps enhance my understanding. but I might be using it a little bit differently than most people. Talk to some teachers, and you will find out that a lot of students have been using AI to do their homework. And so I think yourself, for example, you're within my age demographic. We already learned how to troubleshoot, so thus it becomes a tool to us. But it becomes a ball and chain to someone else. The younger people are the ones that are suffering the most. That and some older folks. But there's a guy that is actually my age whose writing abilities have plunged because he uses AI to do all his work. There's another guy, he never bothered to study how to actually draw. He just uses AI. He was learning how to draw, he was improving. And then he all stopped. He didn't have a desire to want to improve. He lost hope. And then he became malicious with his artwork as well. It changed him. I don't associate with him at all anymore. But yeah, it's I think the intent is very different between age demographics. I was in a class. I wasn't in a class. I heard about a class while I was taking a class where over half the students used an AI, so thus they never learned anything. Now I struggle with classes. I always have. I don't pretend like I'm somehow a good student. I'm a terrible student. But despite me being a terrible student, I don't suffer from, in a way because of a tool. I suffer because of my own inability to kind of understand and the testing system. Imagine how much worse it must be for all the students that are studying, that are not understanding, that are using the AI because they need to get their grades up. Oh, you don't understand. If I can't get my grades up, well then I'll lose my scholarship. Oh, I'll lose my job opportunities. The moment you turn to a tool like that, you've already lost. It's equivalent to cheating. So if you're using it for yourself to try and learn, I definitely view that as different. Now, I still think it's incredibly destructive. And I will always think that because I have seen already the casualties of this thing. There's a guy, he's trying to learn AI to avoid becoming irrelevant. But I'm afraid that in doing so, he's also becoming less skilled than he once was. Now, maybe it's just my perception of it, but I noticed that people who are crafty, who understand how to troubleshoot, they have a much better chance of success than somebody who relies upon an AI. There's a man that I met some time back who made a big investment. Sorry. He made a big multi-million-dollar investment. And I found out that his investment strategy was all based upon an AI prompt. He was asking an AI, I have all this money, what should I do with this money? And the AI told him to invest it into a certain place. So he did. And you know what? His money is disappearing. It's not returning to him the way that he thought it would. The AI gave him bad advice. And you know what's really sad is that I think based upon just my basic understanding, I'm not somebody that's a financial wizard by any stretch. But I knew the problem because he mentioned about the investment where it happened. And it's like, who's going to invest in it? I'm thinking in my mind, who's going to invest there? Because it was so out of the ordinary. But you know why the AI said it? Because it was politically correct. The AI gave a politically correct statement to where he has lost a fortune. I don't know how much money he's invested into it, but I'm like, you invested all this because of an AI prompt. Does it not make someone want to pause and say, wait a minute, maybe before I make this huge investment, I should double check with friends and family or an expert about what is happening? But no, he wanted to go with the AI, and so yeah, he's getting hit hard now. We are going to see many people experience that sort of thing. Golly, how many people are going to actually ask an AI something that's going to tell them to do something dangerous? I mean, that stuff already exists. People have already been putting glue on pizza. I know that's a joke, but what if it's something that's subtle like that? Something that's just ever so slightly off to where people get hurt? Who's accountable? Is it the AI company? Is the AI? Is it the person for being dumb enough to trust the AI? That's why I think we're going to find ourselves, despite people thinking that this is going to be liberating and going to give us the ability to escape kind of being under the thumb of an overlord, this is the tool of an overlord. There's a reason why China is one of the biggest investors into AI. By the way, they are terrible with their AI. That's why they steal it. But they're one of the biggest implementers of AI because they can control people with AI. And I know Elon Musk claims that he is not trying to lord over people, but he's making a tool that evil people will use one day. It's like somebody who made the guillotine. Like, hey, we need our executions to be a lot faster. But because, I don't want people to be in pain. Never thinking about, oh, well, you do realize now you gave somebody the ability to do a terrible mass execution because it was so efficient. Somebody who had a decent intention, who suddenly becomes a legacy builder of death. AI is going to be the legacy of tyranny because it'll be so easy just to tweak the message just a little bit. Tell the AI that they tell the AI what they want you to know. And if you turn off your brain to use AI, sure, you may be tough now. In 2-3 years, not so much. Not to mention all the other problems I mentioned when we were doing Fortnite and being able to deceive people. That's the one that weirded me out the most. That when I finally understood that's the one where I was like, nope, can't even risk it. I'm still very early on in my journey with AI, so who knows where it will lead, but I was very opposed to it initially. One day, we're going to look back on this time and we'll have clear vision about how things were going down the wrong path or going down the right path. But I want to pose it like this. Now, I'm a deeply religious man. Doesn't mean I always walk the way that I should. I need to be intentionally trying to do better. Every one of us are supposed to. Even Paul said he was the worst of sinners, and so we all need to be improving and growing. But there are some things in this world that God set into motion that I believe are impossible to break. I think that one of those things is the reality that we always need to work. We always need to learn. We always need to be engaged in our community, We need to care for one another. What does AI promise? AI promises so that you don't have to work. AI promises you don't have to study. I'll study for you. In fact, here's a little chip so you can have an AI implanted into your brain to make it easier. AI promises to care for your community. I mean, obviously, the algorithm is supposed to help you, and AI will make it only better. It will care for those in your community and for the poor. Oh yeah, and AI can work and people that are poor will get free money. It will raise your children like some people want it to. In fact, you will get to the point of where AI will be voted for to represent people in government. I mean, I'm not being outlandish by saying this. You are going to see people start pushing for that. Oh, have it to where people can vote on their phones and an AI will compile all of it and make an argument for the government. It may not be a representative, but it will be a spokesman. At what point do we say, this is highly unnatural? At what point do we say, this is so wildly different than how the world was set up to be? We can't go down this path anymore. I am more of the opinion, watch another nation experiment with a destructive tool and watch what happens when they use it. China has already shown us how AI can be used for evil. And if you don't know about what happened to the people in Hong Kong, it was bad. AI has helped their police to hunt people down systematically, like the guillotine, bringing about either imprisonments or executions. Our own government showed the possibility of helping out our police, and they used footage from China to showcase the potential. We already see a dumb generation being raised by phones. When do we say, this is dangerous? Hold back. Let someone else experiment with it. I would rather be the guy who is slow to adapt and watches as people walk off a cliff and saying, there's something off about this. There's something drastically unnatural about this. And then when you suddenly hear the cries for help as people are falling over the edge, you're like, well, that sets it. We know there's a problem. This might be a kind of a weird question, but do you not think God made AI? I wish I could explain this, but talking in chat is limited. Feel free to jump in the voice chat if you want. If it's earlier for you and you're able to do it, but have the freedom to do so. Right now I'm in games. I never left that area. I don't know if, let's see here. I think there shouldn't be any sort of problem with that. But I think I understand what you're referring to all the same. And I do have actually an answer for that. One that I've been thinking about for a long time. Let me see here. I'll wait for your answer before I respond to that. Let me go grab my headset and mic. Start up Discord now. Okay. I'm going to get myself some more to drink, so I'll come back and we'll proceed with that soon. I need myself a few chips for the throat. Don't tell Light. Late night AI rants is a common staple around here. I am, gotta say, when I first started ranting about AI, I knew there was something off about it. I didn't have my ideas really well pieced together at the time. Since then, I've thought about this a whole lot. And man, it troubles the daylights out of me. Yeah, that's fine. No worries. These are casual streams anyway, so I'm not in any sort of, not in any sort of rush. I mean, there's a reason why I kind of stream the way that I do. I'm very low key. Part of it is about the whole sort of personality I kind of want to have for this. I want this to be as authentic as possible. And high performance doesn't bring about authenticity. Dang, I got a little fly that's flying around. We're too deep into winter, bug. You should be dead. Remember if this will be the first time of actually speaking to Wolfie voice to voice in that sense. I've heard him speak on stream before and on videos before, but I actually can't remember if we've actually been on a call yet before. But then again, it's getting late in the evening, and so thus my memory is a little fuzzy on that. I used to keep a record book of this stuff, and it kind of happened enough to where I stopped keeping track. By the way, that's also a reminder that we're going to be on Dadman's stream in a couple of days. I believe it's the 16th of this month. We're going to be talking about the Aleutian Islands. I need to be sure to advertise his stream for that. This will make, I think, the third, or is it the third? The third discussion about Alaska, maybe the fourth. I can't remember. He's a good fellow. We've had a lot of interesting streams with him in the past. We streamed Fortnite together. We've talked about Christmas with him. Talked about what was the other thing? We did a Fortnite stream where it was actually discussion related, which that was an interesting one. It's not one that I'm super passionate about, despite playing it a whole lot. I'm not super kind of excited to mention about it one way or the other. So that one was interesting, but it wasn't like my favorite one. The favorite ones were things where we were like going over Alaska-related topics. Since he doesn't tend to do a whole lot of very deep stuff over on his stream, and just because of his audience, he's chosen to take that sort of path, and I can respect it. He wants to keep things a bit more lighthearted, especially in this world where it does feel a little too heavy at times. Now, granted, I'm, of course, on the exact opposite end of that spectrum. I believe it's important to always talk about this stuff, regardless. And I do realize that it's not for everyone, though. Greetings, Adam/Wolfie. How are you doing?
Hey, Jeff. How's it going? Can you hear me?
I can indeed. Let me double check that the Discord audio is coming through. Okay, try saying something again.
All right. I was trying to get my mic working and I didn't have the on switch on, so.
Well, huzzah, it is working and we have audio coming through.
Great. Yeah, we spoke before. We had a conversation about Blender. I think it was last spring.
That's right.
But yeah, tonight I love listening. I tune in while I'm working and I kind of just like zone out and listen to you talk. And you always have very sage advice and wisdom.
Well, I'm glad that you think so. I'm sure some people probably wouldn't necessarily think it's always sage advice, especially when I get into the early hour mornings. I start rambling into like 4 a.m., but I much appreciate it.
It's like 6 a.m. here, so. But yeah, I wanted to go on talk about, I don't know, like it's kind of weird that I'm kind of taking the stance of like an advocate for AI because like I never thought I would, that's kind of like almost alarming to me. And a lot of what you say makes a ton of sense. It's not like I disagree with any of it.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of have like a fresh perspective maybe that you could maybe consider that I don't know, that is kind of shaped my perspective on it so far.
Right. So what are your thoughts on the matter, and tell me about how you came to those to that perspective.
Sure. Well, I mean, my first experience with AI was that, oh man, like there's no more work for what I do, like the creative stuff. And that was a bummer, I was like, oh man, it's like, because I was kind of like never very talented with what I would do, but like it was kind of the in-between where, you need someone that has personal skills and can do some artistic stuff, and that was like my role. So like I'd fill that. And I didn't like AI when I saw it was generating images. I'm like, oh man, this is terrible. Like, why would it? Because at the time, and like my whole life pretty much, I've always been studying to draw, to be a better illustrator. And that's how I actually found your stream, because you were doing a hand drawing, like a pencil drawing. And I'm like, wow, this guy's really good.
That was on the art table, right?
Right. Yeah. And so when I and this is kind of like a sad part, I guess, when I like realized that AI is now like making art, it's kind of like, well, why would I still pursue drawing? And it's like, yeah, I mean, like, I mean, honestly, it was kind of at that moment, I'm like, it was kind of crushing, because it's like, well, I love drawing, but like, why do it if the AI can do it? You know, that was like where I was at that point.
Right.
So starting off, I was very anti-AI, right? But then another little, I guess, job that I do is I list and sell things on eBay. And just through happenstance, I happened to get a huge inventory of speakers, like drivers, you know, things that I have no idea about. I'm completely clueless about it. And I don't know anyone that knows anything about speakers. Like, you know, I'm talking about like very specific, like vintage, old types of speakers. And I'm like, I mean, I guess I could like dedicate like months of my time to learning about this stuff. And I'm like, let's give AI a shot. And so that's kind of where my more recent journey with AI began, where I actually got this tool. It's called like a DATS. I don't know. You hook it up to a speaker, and then it measures a sweep. It runs a test on it. And the AI was in, from that test, it'll give you like it'll punch out a whole bunch of numbers, you know, like saying that it can do this, blah blah blah. The AI was able to take those numbers, like it gives a report, give it to ChatGPT, and it was able to not only identify the speaker, but also tell me if the speaker was working or not. Which was like, how are you, like, how is it doing this? This was like, I was like, holy smokes, that's crazy. Because like I was looking at a speaker like a, you know, a dumb chimp, kind of like, I have no idea what this is. I don't even know who makes it, but I can test it with this machine, take that data, put it into a computer, and then the computer can tell me what it is, you know?
Right.
So, I mean, that's just the starting point. Like, that was like, oh, that's impressive, you know? That's like, wow. Like, otherwise I would have taken that speaker and, you know, trashed it or sold it for not, you know, a fraction of what it was worth, or, you know, so it was benefiting me in that sense. I said, well, how can we take this and, I don't know, expand upon it? And now that, like, and that was maybe, I don't know, 3-4 months ago. Now with that, I have about 6 projects running, and what I use it for is just, I don't know, conceptualizing ideas and keeping track of my progress. I think that, and I was trying to like understand this better in the sense that I think what AI does, or what computer, and this is where I kind of disagree with you, is that yes, if you let it, the AI will replace your brain. But if you use it as a tool, then it doesn't replace your brain. It enhances your brain in a sense, because you as a human will always have a better understanding of. Here, let me rephrase this. So like an AI or artificial intelligence or a computer is good at understanding data points, but humans are way better at understanding the relationship between those data points. And then not only the relationship between those data points, but also the relationship between relationships between different, like, so it's more like a rabbit hole that never ends, whereas AI kind of just understands the data points. Like, if you use it as a tool and you always question it, you just don't take it at face value, then it's great, because I feel like I have this tutor where I'm like, slow down, I don't understand. Please explain it to me better so I actually understand. I've watched people that use ChatGPT, and I see that they're searching for they give it a question and they get their answer, and they just scroll through the whole thing like, oh, whatever, blah blah blah. Like, I don't, but I don't think that's the point of it. Is that it's better if you're like, I don't get this, or yeah, that makes sense, or if it makes sense to you, but it's still, you don't agree with it, you can question it, and then like it'll either change its mind, like, so I understand like the aspects of it maybe being manipulative, like who's behind the scenes pulling the strings. But like, just because there is that fear there, it doesn't mean that we should totally shun it, like totally, I don't know, not even, I don't know. But and so to expand one final thing, and then I'll let you take it. 4 weeks ago, I did not know how to use Python. And this was me testing the AI. I said, okay, let's see how well I can do this. Within one night, I was able to make a very, very simple video game with the help of AI. Now, this had been like a lifelong dream of mine to make a video game, but I was always stumbling with like the programming aspect. With AI, I still don't know programming, but I was able to be like more so the creative director rather than the scripter or the programmer. So, I mean, that's kind of my foothold on the thing.
Good choice of foothold when I'm right now working on a Yeti's foothold on the cliff of a Lego world. BR Jason says, I was lighthearted once. I had to go to the doctor right away. Oh, no. That's bad. Sage enough to season my turkey even. Yes, indeed, BR Jason. Resident comedian. So I get your perspective. And honestly, this is why when I first heard about this tool coming out, I was hesitant. I didn't really have an opinion on it. Now, I first heard about AI, the very, 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 very first iteration, back in 2010, I want to say. And this was back when it wasn't considered AI. It was more algorithm-driven generator. And it was being used for music. Students were being told that they could go to a camp where they would be taught how to use this tool to generate music so they could make 7 songs a week. That was the first time I heard about it. The second time I heard about it was a algorithm-driven news writing tool. Sorry, all gotta go, says BR Jason. Have a blessed Sunday. Same to you, BR Jason, who also added, good point, Wolfie. It is my printing press concept. It had benefits and drawbacks. AI can be used for the benefit and can avoid the drawbacks. Have a good night, BR Jason. Thanks for coming by. Rest well, sir. So, this tool was being used by students and some professionals to write news articles, in particular for sports. The reason why is because sports were the easiest one to generate an article off of. And we were kind of given that warning. Hey, be careful of this. This thing does exist. We want you to write without using this tool, even though this thing is out there. And so I got put on the political beat of the local college newspaper, and someone else got the easy sports one. They ended up using that tool, and I found it was very, very effective. Now, I had actually a very interesting session with my reporting, but that's another story for another time. What I noticed, though, with this early edition of algorithm-driven generation is it took out the human factor in creation. And that was when I was gonna kind of sit on my hands and say, okay, I'm not really a fan of this. Let's kind of watch and see where this goes. Well, a few years later, I heard that people were talking about the possibilities of using an AI to help out with learning. And they're like, hey, the internet's already full of all these great learning tools. Why don't we just get an algorithm to scrape it all and generate something off of it? And people were all gung-ho about it, and I heard it and once again felt there's something off about this. And then, lo and behold, when the first official AI model of ChatGPT came out and took the world by storm, everyone dove headfirst into it without first checking what are the problems. Now, you're right that it can help teach things and make it a lot faster. And I have struggled a lot throughout my life trying to learn things. I'm self-taught in most things that I've done professionally. I am self-taught with Blender.
When I say fat with learning, though, I don't think it's like necessarily just like faster. It's just more because like with the way I approach things, it's very slow. It's kind of like I'm like I want to understand this concept before I move on to the next thing, and so it's not necessarily faster in some regards. Like someone might learn something way faster than I do, but it is more comprehensive because you can always like pull at one thread of something and keep asking why, like why, like one, like why can I, like what is the this to like to make like why are you saying that? Like when the AI says like do this, well you say, well why is that your suggestion?
As a tutor in that sense.
And yeah, it's like kind of having like an expert tutor in the sense of, you know, they have like this knowledge base and they have access to it, but as long as you just don't take it at face value, because there was another instance where like another thing I was using the AI for was I was organizing like a project for the house that I'm working on. And one of the small projects inside of that, you know, bigger house renovation project is we're going to be redoing the cabinets. And I have like experience in the real world with painting and stuff, and I'm like, well, let's try this with the AI. Like, what's the AI suggest with painting a cabinet? Mm-hmm. And so, like its suggestion was like terrible. I'm like, oh man, if I did that, these things are going to come out looking terrible. So like you have to kind of mix it between real world experience and, you know, what the database is at that given time.
Right. So when ChatGPT started to teach and being used for doing internet searches and like, hey, we'll summarize the stuff for you, of course, the results were hilariously bad. And recently they've been getting easier. Now, I understand what you're referring to. There's a lot of people right now that have found either careers off of AI or they have found it has made their workflow faster. Now, I've actually known a couple of people that when they are programming, for example, because you mentioned it helped you to learn Python, trying to learn something is pretty helpful, and so it does well for getting kind of like the ground floor established. If you try and do something complex, the program breaks, and you spend way more time debugging it, as I know from a programming friend who mentions that they've all been trying to use AI to do their programming, and it has been a company-wide nightmare. So it's not perfect, but it does definitely help out with being able to educate and help to tutor that sort of stuff. But now here's the question. If AI keeps getting better, and right now you're someone who gets to benefit from it, and honestly, I'm glad that you're able to find some new footing with this. But if AI can help in that sense, why would anybody want to hire somebody if they can use an AI to do that labor for them?
That's like a totally valid point, and that's kind of why I made that mention earlier about like, well, what's going to happen if this goes into like the construction industry? Because I mean, I think it will. Like, it's kind of like we're at, and it's like really like sobering and sad, but it feels like we're kind of like at the tail end of humanity, and like that's scary and terrifying, and like it. I mean, I'm still like struggling with that one because, you know, obviously I'm human and I like being human, and I think humans are important and I think they should be here. But like, are we obsolete? I don't know. Like, is that the question that we should be asking? I don't think so. I don't think we're obsolete. I think like they can do things better than us, but we are still unique in our own way. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And one of my arguments I've given against AI and said that I'm not concerned for one reason. Humanity is made to endure to the end of history. Now, not everyone believes that. I realize that I have had many people I've encountered who think that human beings are going to somehow evolve into something different. I don't believe that. I believe that there are some setups that have been put into nature, into creation, in which to stem the tide of things that go too far. And with AI, I believe it is going to become such a horrible, destructive force that it's going to cause people to abandon it in full force. Have you ever read the Dune books?
No, I have not. No.
Are you familiar with the Balerian Jihad?
No.
So this is a fascinating thing. The author of the Dune books, genius, with some of his understandings of human nature. A bit dark in some areas, and honestly a bit overly pessimistic of the future, but there are some things that he got right, in my opinion. And George Lucas picked up on this for his stories. In the world of Dune, they have an AI that they invest in, and it takes over all their work, and they are a nation. They are a people in paradise, traveling the stars, and AI is making their life easy. Well, one day, either the machines became somewhat sentient, or somebody programmed them to become a terror. Either way, the machines turn on humanity and lead them to such a point where they make a declaration that no thinking machines would be permitted to be built. And anyone caught doing it, it would be a capital punishment, basically. In his books, he saw that machines have great potential for evil. And it's all based upon whoever is the pilot. Now, whenever you have a pilot, the machine is restricted to the ability of one man to pilot one machine. AI suddenly becomes a tool where one man can control every machine. And every machine starts to turn on everyone else that is not that one man. It is a natural kind of process of tyranny. That's why I brought up China. China is desperately trying to make this stuff work. And they can't, because they're China. And they're the land of, as some YouTubers have mentioned, the land of lies and facades, I think is the term that they use for it. And so everything in their country fails unless the West builds it for them. Then suddenly it miraculously works. Right now, AI is being used for terrible, terrible things in China. And it's being used, of course, in the war with Russia and Ukraine as well. This stuff is already starting to be used in a negative way. But when it comes to something like jobs and like construction, like you mentioned about, to kind of tie this all back together, there is a high risk that the more jobs that we enable for a machine to take over, or at least to be piloted by someone else with AI assisting, it's all going to start to disappear. I already know that people that are in office jobs, for example, have all started to lose their jobs. Rightfully so in some cases, they were coasting, but the problem is that now they don't have anything left in that sense. They don't have skills. They can't transition to the construction industry for a lot of them. Greetings, DJ Gaming. Yes, we are still going. How are you doing? And hope that you had some good sleep. So this stuff is already happening. And in the world of media, when I got out of college, I was fighting with people in the Philippines who could work for a bowl of rice to do a commission that would take me a minimum of $300 to do, and I would be losing money. So if that was the case back in 2010,
I experienced the same thing, and it's like, oh man, like that's when Fiverr kind of hit the scene, and you're like, well, shoot, I can't make logos anymore because you can get done for $5. You know, it's not worth it anymore.
Precisely. But because of that, everything's going to start going that way. If we cave on one area, another area is going to just move on to the next one. The music industry. There's a reason why music sounds so bad these days. In many people's opinion,
music's terrible now. Yeah, I agree.
It's all AI generated, just like the music artists that I was talking with back in the day. They had to generate 7 songs a week because otherwise they were going to go broke. Well, you can't make a good song in 7 times a week, let alone write the music or the lyrics. Some of the best songs of all time, people claim to have locked themselves away for 3 days just to come out with the lyrics, let alone the music. Right. So
and music is so important too, especially if you're listening to it like how it's meant to be heard, like with jazz and stuff. If you listen to it in person, man, it actually you feel it, and it resonates in something human in you. That I agree that like AI, despite how technologically advanced it is, that they're never going to be able to replicate that because it's not coming from a human. But
exactly.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm glad you added that in there. Greetings, Cassidy. How are you doing? Who says taxes? Yes, we all hate taxes. About 30 minutes, and I'm doing very good. What about you? Well, we're in the process of talking about one of my least favorite and yet favorite subjects, which is AI. I mean, there's a reason why I put on my X profile, avid AI hater. So I talk about this stuff all the time. Well, right now, everything is starting to collapse in terms of people's good faith in AI. Enough people have suddenly realized that it's coming for their jobs, kind of like what you and I experienced. Now, this is why I think that it's not actually as great of a tool as people think. Because besides the tyranny aspect, which I've gone in detail about,
right,
there is something to be said for struggle. Did you ever have to do stuff growing up where you were told, you asked, why am I having to do this? And your parents said, oh, it's to build character.
Absolutely. And I was listening to one of your streams before about how you say that it's character building, and I agree completely. I'm not, I don't think things should be easy, but if there is that roadblock there, I mean, it's hard to articulate how I feel about it, because it's like I'm torn on it, and I think it's great and I think it's terrible at the same time, which is so strange. But you're totally right that people need, and you made a very valid point earlier tonight in the conversation where we're kind of experiencing it at a different stage in our life where we've already developed those critical thought processing skills and character building. But I've had a ton of strife in my life where, it's not easy and you have to figure it out and you have to endure and persevere. But at the same time, now it's kind of like, there's no way that I could have done a tenth of what I did in the past 3 weeks if I wasn't using this tool. And it's like, and that's why I ask about the hammer. I'm like, well, I know it's not comparable, but it kind of is, because a hammer, go ahead, try to put nails in without a hammer, it's, and it's weird because I understand it is could potentially replace the human brain, but if you don't let it, will it? I don't know.
So there's a guy,
and I'm sorry, and this kind of ties back to where we were, what kind of prompted the actual voice conversation is, do you think that with God Almighty, do you think that he he intends everything, right? So why wouldn't he intend this for us?
So now this is actually one where I think that based upon your background, it will hit differently. If you're not someone who has a religious background, this probably seems a bit silly to even kind of mention about. But if you are deeply, if you do believe that everything we do in this life has consequences, then you have to look at AI with this sort of question: what is AI trying to do? AI is a process of trying to replace humanity. And if you believe that we're here for a divine purpose, then what you're saying is basically to God, I don't want your role. I want to replace
Let me
myself.
interrupt you there, Jeff.
Sure.
What gives, like, why do you think that AI is trying to replace humans? Like, I mean, like, I agree that, like, like, I agree with you in a sense, but where do you get that? Where do you get that assumption?
So I get this assumption based upon the history of tyrants. When people of power want to stay on top, they do things to help prevent people from being able to potentially replace them. And with history, I've seen people take technology that was designed for good, and then suddenly, surprise, surprise, it becomes a force for immense pain and suffering. When it comes to AI, and why I think it's designed to replace people, is because of what China's doing right now. If you go over to China, you will find there are people, which, by the way, if you've not seen the channel called The China Show, it is a must-watch for understanding our modern times. It is fascinating. But over in China, one of the things that they're doing is they're replacing some of their guards with robots that are AI. One of the reasons why is because their people, they found over the years, like to resist a little bit more so than they kind of want to admit. Well, there's one thing that they can always rely upon. That is a machine to do what a machine does, which is obey the rules. That's why I think that it's designed to replace people, because people of evil intent do not want somebody else to thrive. And when I look at things like when Bill Gates is mentioning about how we need to reduce world population and things like that, I don't know if they necessarily believe that that's going to happen, but I can't help but look at the tools that they invest in and see a comparison that they're obviously not wanting other people to kind of do things, or they'll come out like Elon Musk and say that Americans are stupid, and then turn around and make a tool that's saying, hey, this will solve our stupidity. Well, you know what also will solve our stupidity? Making sure that parents are engaged with their kids, make sure that we're not brainwashing kids with too much social media or entertainment or nonsense sort of education. Let's focus on giving them good resources and be intentional about being about relationships. I think that's one of the best, easy solutions to fix problems. But then you'll see tech people say, no, AI will solve that. Not everything can be solved by a machine. And it's almost like they're saying, we will take over. You all just go out and enjoy life.
See, I agree with you, like, immensely, but at the same time, I disagree because, like, and with my personal experience, it's been me empowering me. It's not, you know, like I said, I accomplished 10 times more than I would have without it. And it's kind of like you say, well, have like good resources. Like we use it. Like I was using it with Christina, and we kind of even made this game where it was like, first we started out with just like a general quiz question, and then we even like made it into like a quiz about like the Bible question. And then it kind of like incorporates things that you normally like don't have a chance to talk about, and then you're like, oh no, this is what happened, you know, like it was this guy, it was Jeremiah's the weeping prophet, you know. It's things that just kind of like keep things relevant. And I just in my opinion, and I guess I could just be making excuses, but like when I was adamantly against it, I felt like that opinion or that assumption was, I don't want to be replaced by a machine. I don't want to be enslaved, because I really don't. But I feel that assumption that it was doing, or is intended for that, was kind of like an assumption I had made out of ignorance, in the sense that like my own ignorance, in the sense that I didn't truly understand it, and I still don't. Like I said, I'm very early on in my journey with this. You could be completely right. I could be, sealing my own doom.
I don't think
But
it necessarily you're
from-
sealing your own doom. I think the people that are going to feel it the worst are the younger generation. It's like I said earlier, we are the ones that dabble with it. But I already know kids that are suffering tremendously. And it was because during the pandemic, they turned to AI when it first came out. They're like, because some people were in lockdown longer than us. And they're like, oh, well, it became a solution for learning. Well, now it's become an incredible crutch to the point where you have students everywhere that are having to fight with us. So I do think that you're trying to make the best to do with your own situation.
Well,
But I think
and
that
here's
everybody's
like
dealing
another
with it
like,
differently.
I was thinking about that too. I was like, man, I wish I would have had this, because when I took on like the programming endeavor when I was 18 or whatever, like years and years ago, I wanted to make a video game. And I had friends that were programmers, but they were kind of like, the nerdy programmer type, and they were kind of like the gatekeepers, where they didn't really want to like talk about or share the information that they had about programming. So I went out and I bought like 6 books, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to learn this. And I got through half of one book, and I'm like, I'm not a programmer. It's not who I am. I felt discouraged, because I'm like, there's no way I can dedicate my life to programming. But now that there's this thing that like kind of like hypercharges your learning and lets you be like the creative director instead of the... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, hold on for just a second.
Sure.
I am a
Pantheon,
god.
greetings, sir. Very nice renders there. What did you do for the difference of the two scenes there? So I noticed there's a lighting difference. Is it just intensity, or is it, or is there something else that's going?
No, if you look at the back for the entrance into the hangar, or whatever you want to call it, you see, you got like
the
a
force
full-
field.
Yeah. Now,
Oh,
what would
yeah.
be more beneficial? Do you think out of the two?
Honestly, if there's a way to go in between, I think that'd be best. I would prefer the darker scene that's just kind of given a few more highlights, because that helps to blend a lot of elements together. But yeah, I like how that's turning out. Well done, sir.
Not bad for a little old bold man, is it?
You did very well. Very well
I
indeed.
heard someone talking about God, so for some reason I was summoned here.
So we've been in a dialogue of AI. And so DJ Gaming, this is a Lego animation I've been working on for the last couple of weeks. I've been fighting with it. I'm not great when it comes to this stuff. I am slowly getting better with every time. Right now, the next goal is to try and make sure that this is good enough for to render the last scene, because right now the other scenes are all good to go. It's this last one that I'm having some problems with. So, Adam, with when it comes to the benefit that we can get out of it, I do agree that we find that right now, but I also realize, kind of like with a friend of mine who is in the world of design, this person was starting to use AI and started to realize the moment that they started using it, their job would be irrelevant, and then suddenly they're going to have to try and find something else. Now, I do believe there's a consequence for when we abandon people, because that's going to create animosity. And this is one of the reasons why I think that there will be a correction. Whenever you put strain upon a population and say, you know what, we're done with you, we don't want to have you around, kind of like what has happened in the past with some nations. It doesn't end well, and that's one of my biggest concerns. We can get immense benefit off of it right now. We can get immense profit off of it. But it doesn't necessarily mean that that profit will be forever. It might mean that we're just getting it to be for the here and now. It's not actually designed to be something that's going to be permanent. And that's where I can't... Well, personally, I'm going to be the guy that would rather go out and buy myself some forging equipment and go back to handmade crafts than ever give myself over to the AI revolution, because I'm just a naturally cautious fellow. And so I can agree, there is actually a need for people to understand this stuff, but I also believe that there is going to be, just like with some technology, there will be a consequence, and I personally want to be as far away from the consequence as possible. And I don't think that we're going to be the ones to experience it. I think, of course, like I said earlier, the younger ones are the ones that are going to experience it, and they're going to be the ones that we're going to say, dang, we're going to have to change this.
Well, that's kind of like why, I guess, like why I'm trying to, I mean, I'd be like taking the advocate side of AI, which is crazy to me. It's kind of why I'm trying to convince you, is because like I think that you're absolutely right. And in the sense that like this is like, there's no denying that this tool is here, and there's no denying that like the younger generations like are probably mishandling this tool. So why not have people that have sage wisdom already help them implement this tool into their lives?
I think there's some people that are trying to do that right now. Now, I would argue their effects are not as effective as they would like to think, but that's my own personal opinion. Hold on just a second. Why does it look like Star Wars inside the Death Star? Because it is designed to be a space scene, and so Pantheon was making a very nice scene in which he was developing something with a sci-fi sort of feel. So that's probably why it kind of feels like that, because it's a port to be able to go out into space for that ship. I mean, even history, says Cassidy, shows that the fact of population strain can cause many issues. Can I make an edit of you? DJ Gaming, I'm not going to get all bent out of shape if you have an edit. Now, I would prefer if it's a positive thing, but I can't necessarily tell you one way or the other for that one. I just asked to show civility with it in whatever way you're doing it. But I'm not going to say no. So we could have some wise people.
AI good thing? Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on this chatty thing. Is that AI, are you saying it's a good thing or a bad thing?
I personally take it as a bad thing. Wolfie is someone who sees it as potentially a good thing.
Yeah, I'm more of an advocate for it, but kind of like a recent advocate. So it's kind of like a unique perspective. I haven't been gung-ho for it from day one.
I'll just put in the 2 pennies worth from an old...
You may indeed.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, right. There's AI and there's AI. Yeah, there's AI that we all use every day. Even if you're using Blender, it uses AI. When you're doing animations or
AI denoising, for example.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So everything uses AI. But when you start going into the realms of AI removing mankind, then that's bad, right? Because it's no different in the UK. You go into McDonald's now, you go to a machine and have to punch in what your order is, and then you stand there like a bloody donut and just wait for your number to be called out. There's no please, there's no thank yous, there's no communication anymore. And this is why people are becoming, I want to say, even more stupid than ever before.
Yeah, that's funny. You know, I agree with you completely, and that's coming from like an advocate side of it.
So an advocate. What do you mean by you're an advocate for AI?
Yeah, I mean, like I see it as a tool that can maybe help humanity. And I think in the thing that spawned this conversation between Jeff and I was that I said, well, if God's looking out for us, wouldn't he have like created this for us to help us improve our, civilization, our humanity?
Right. And first thing I've got to chuck in there, sorry, Jeff, and anybody else
That's
that
fine.
is religious, but I am an atheist. I don't believe in nothing. All right. So God don't play a part into evolution of mankind and what we managed to come up with. Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
everything. Flight is done because somebody was watching birds and they wanted to fly, so they took the concept of birds to be able to do a flying machine, right? And that's part of evolution. That sort of thing. We come up with better stuff, better ideas, or whatever. But, right, at the end of the day, if you're saying AI, or you want to be an advocate for AI, then at the end of the day, you've got to think about how can you be an advocate for AI, because eventually AI will even take over you. So where does that leave you? Because you're not going to be an advocate then basically you're going to become an understudy for the AI. Because as soon as you start producing machines like it does now with all the stuff when you go to factories, right? Before there'd be thousands of people working in the factories, then they bring in a machine and all of a sudden there's 100 people working in there. So then what you're doing then is you're causing even more problem for society because you're removing people's means of working and earning money, and then you get poverty, and then it gets even worse poverty. So as they say, the fat controller always gets richer, the poor get poorer. But then obviously you put people into a situation where they can't even afford to live, then you're getting the homeless population growing. And then you're getting, obviously, you're going to get more problems with society in the forms of burglaries, people stealing other people's stuff that are working, and etc., etc. So the knock-on effect from AI is actually quite catastrophic in the terms of the future, because AI will eventually take over. It's as simple as that. And
Why
being
do
an
you-
advocate for AI, to me, is... I think you should change your terminology of what you want to be for an AI. Saying that you're an advocate for AI, I think
But,
you're lining yourself up for a bit of a fall, because you're going to be like one of these people like that's majorly hated on the planet, and people would want to find out where you are and show you their AI.
And I can respect that. I should rephrase it. I'm an advocate for humanity. I think humanity should continue on always. I'm always for team humanity. But I think AI could be a useful tool to help elevate humanity, where it would eliminate senses of, I don't know, like, it's weird because Jeff was talking about how, like, we have to work, and I agree with that, but that's the weird thing, is that everything I've ever done in my life, I don't do it because I have to. I do it, like with the creative stuff especially, I do it because I love doing it. I would do it if and a lot of the times I don't get paid for the stuff I do. It's just, and everyone has that different gearing where, like, some people like, building boxes or... Go ahead.
Yeah. So, all right, then I'll just ask you one question, mate, which will
Sure.
answer all of your questions. All right.
Sure.
So you need to earn money to pay bills, yeah?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. Right. So does your mum and dad help you pay for your bills?
No.
Right. So you have to pay the bills yourself, yeah?
Yes.
So say your bills are, say, £1,000 a month.
Okay.
Yeah. Take art out of your equation completely. Right. So anything you earn from art, no more. Okay?
Right. No, and that's what's interesting, is that I used to make a complete living off of my art, and that aspect of my life dried up. I was making about, not a ton, but enough to make a living, And what had happened is because of the AI that swept in, I lost that part of my life. Like I can no longer get income from that that stuff.
But you love doing art,
Correct. Yeah.
right? But now you can't make a living from art.
Correct.
So what do you work for now? What do you work
Well,
as?
right now I do construction work, and I still do art though. And
Right, so-
and that's here kind of where it's like transitioning is that I still am doing art, but now I'm doing art in a more effective manner, in a sense. Like I'm starting to make a video game, something that would have taken me weeks, I can now get done a lot quicker, like in days.
Yeah, but like I say, you got to take art out of the equation. That's not
Okay.
you can't earn money from art no more.
Right. Okay.
But
Okay. I'm
now,
with you.
now you're working on construction. What happens if you lose your job on construction?
Well, and that's why I was saying maybe AI is going to take over construction too. Like
It's going to end up taking over everything. So if I take away every form of job prospect that you're able to do yourself, right? How are you going to provide for paying your bills, your wife, your children? How are you going to look after them?
Well, here's what's interesting is that we kind of live in this set society where we think that we need money, but we've kind of gotten away from a society where we didn't need money, in the sense that, like, yeah, you still have to like work and earn things, but in my mind, the best point in humanity was probably at the end of the 1800s, where you didn't have all these taxes, you didn't have all these utilities, you didn't have all these burdens, like having to put gas in your petrol in your car.
Yeah.
Where like now you cannot like live without working to earn money, and it would be nicer, I think, if somehow we could go back to like a time where it was like the 1800s or prior, where
Okay, so 1800s, yeah?
Right, yeah.
Right, so you're on about going back to living how they did in the 1800s, yeah?
essentially,
if-
yeah.
Essentially, yeah? Right,
Yeah.
so you look back into the 1800s, you had the rich and you had the poor, full stop, yeah?
Okay.
Right, so what you're saying is you would rather a majority of humanity to be in the poor ratio and just a certain amount of people that's going to be rich. So then the poor, so like anything, what do the poor used to people have to do?
Well, they would have to farm, provide for them.
Yeah, but that's
Right.
it. But then you're going back into like slavery times, right?
I mean, not
They would've-
necessarily.
Yeah, 'cause
I might have a different understanding of it. Like when I think of the 1800s, and I could be wrong, you can correct me if I am. But when I think of the 1800s, I think of like a man having a family and having a close family unit and working the land to provide for themselves and not being like burdened by all these frickin' bills that we have nowadays.
Yeah, but the way you got to look at it, right, is the population difference from then to it is now is like a whole new scale, yeah?
Right.
If you didn't pay taxes, that means you wouldn't have like your dumpsters coming around collecting your rubbish. So then who's going to collect your rubbish?
Well, what'd they do in the 1800s
What did they do in the 1800s?
for their rubbish? Yeah, what'd they do?
I
I'm
mean,
asking you.
technically, they did a couple things. One, they would throw it out into the streets, and that usually ended up in water pollution. Second off, they would
Yeah.
throw it into the rivers, which usually ended up in cholera outbreaks. They also would bury it, which many times would end up going to their septic tanks and into their wells, which could cause some other problems. So,
Yeah.
I think with this is that there is, well, every age has its blessings and its curses. Back in the 1800s, a lot of the curses that they were dealing with was related to very toxic elements that they were unaware of, or terrible, terrible diseases that were taking place. Nowadays, we're having to deal with a massive amount of taxes and bills, which people in the past didn't have to worry about, but we also don't have to worry about having to go out and barter for lumber in the same way that we once had to. So it's
Or
a different
drinking water.
economy. Or drinking water. Yeah, everything's going to have that difference.
Price.
Well, let me ask you both this. Wait, hold on. Let me ask you this. Like, would you rather be? You have the choice. Would you rather be rich and miserable or poor and happy? For me, I'd rather be poor and happy. I mean, like, I don't know if that you can boil it down to that something that simple, but I feel like people were probably happy back then, more happy than they are now.
No, it's not. Okay. No, right? Because you got to remember, right? There's always two sides to a coin, as they say, right? And the thing is, if you put yourself back in the 1600s, your lifespan expectancy was half of what you would have now, right?
Well, yeah, but at the same time, like, I mean,
there was, yeah. What I'm saying is, yeah, but you're on about this sort of stuff, right? Okay. Yeah. So would you want to lessen your lifespan by half?
I honestly, I mean, like, you might think I'm not saying this, but yeah, maybe we weren't meant to live to be like 80 years old.
So now let me put it in this
grand scheme of things. Go on, sorry.
Let me put it this way, because I want to draw this back to AI. Everyone's going to have a very different sort of standard of living, depending on what part of the world they grew up in, what sort of era in history, what sort of financial background they came from. There were some incredibly happy people back in the olden days, but I wouldn't say it was related to necessarily money or the cult or the economy. It was all about the culture that they were in. There are people nowadays that are incredibly happy, but a lot of it has to do with the culture rather than the finances. And people that become happy with the finances are usually disappointed later on in life when they suddenly realize it didn't actually quite give them the joy that they were expecting. So I think that in that sense, I do think that people back in the old days there were many people that were happier. There was also many people that were in horrible, horrible pain, which is honestly why we got the world wars and the Napoleonic Wars, which technically were part of the world wars, you could say, because it was the gateway. And then you had World War I, World War II, you had the Soviet takeover, you had revolutions galore. We've had 200 years of people that were in the depths of society that felt so oppressed that they lashed out in many ways destructive ways that destroyed their nations and took generations to rebuild. What scares me about AI is it will become a tool to segment people even further by saying you're in a class that's not allowed to work. I go down the street and the number of things up here in Alaska that has been automated is fairly limited. But when I was in Florida recently, everything was automated. And it sickened me because I'm like, where's the people I can engage face to face? It feels cold. It feels sterile. And I love interacting with people. I have some great friends down the street here that are at jobs I never would have if they had automated their whole process. So could there be a way to balance out the AI? Personally, I'm more skeptical until we can solve one problem and one problem alone. If we can figure out how to make our society engage people more often in more civil ways, that I think then AI can be wisely implemented. But I think if we were in that position, we probably wouldn't have the desire to turn to AI. And that's why I'm more skeptical about the people that are developing it, because if you look at their backstory, I mean, it doesn't take much to look into it. And it's like, there's some really shady people that are involved with it. Now, I'm sure there's some good people there as well, but that's why I'm so skeptical. Now, when I have my opinions on this, like I said, I'm the guy who stands on the sidelines and watches everybody else dance along the cliff. So I can be able to know where the safe way is to go forward. We need people that are brave enough to go to the cliff, but we also need to realize as a society, dang, this could actually end up bad for all of us if we all charge forward and say, quick, gotta get in, otherwise you'll be left behind, you'll be outmoded, or things like that. We have to have that balance. So in that sense, is there a way, for Adam, if you think that there is a way that we can wisely implement this, that we can not lose our sense of humanity in the process without doing it at the expense of someone else, Is there like a halfway point of where it's like some of the simpler things, kind of like what you mentioned about AI and like Blender, for example? Does it exist? Yes. Do I use it? Usually no. I tend to avoid those elements. But is there like a cutoff line where you say, this is it, no further, because otherwise we're going into a position where we're not going to be happy with the outcome? And then I'll reverse it and give it to Pantheon.
I'm sorry, can you ask that again? Like, so
Sure, no worries. Is there a way to wisely implement AI with the understanding that there will be a cutoff point where it's like, okay, this is too far. We're going to lose the value of humanity if we go any further. Is there a cutoff line where you're like, let's experiment up to this point, but put this hard line in the sand? And if so, what would that be?
There was. Yeah, I don't think there is. I don't think that there is a cutoff point. I wish there was, but like that's like there, because that's kind of human nature. Is you always want to press those bounds, right?
So if that's the case,
say that again, Pantheon. Did you hear it?
What's your age?
I'm gonna be 44.
So with that understanding of that human nature being human nature, if you give somebody a stick of dynamite, it's like, hey, this thing can be used for to be able to help out with your mining, and then you watch as they at the fire light the fuse and are holding it in their hands. You say, that's dangerous, quick, get rid of it. And they say, well, it's going to eventually be used on human beings eventually. I would probably say if human nature is to push things to its limit, then maybe it's too dangerous to even be handed to us. Now, it's not going to stop the evil people from wanting to utilize it. But if that's the case, like, then I would rather look for hope in the future and say, quick, douse the water on it.
So it's weird because I agree with you completely. It is too dangerous for humanity to handle right now as humanity stands. But because of that, we shouldn't shun it and let just the evil people take it over and use it against us, where we'd be like left in the dust, you know?
Do you know, I can't remember, have I mentioned about Sarah AI?
No, I have not heard.
This is hilarious. This is absolutely hilarious. Again, shout out to the China show. Great show. But they looked at China's AI development. And they, experts in the end, investors, went to a show that was hosted by a Chinese company. And they brought out Sarah AI. Sarah AI had a very strange accent and seems to stutter quite a bit. And it panicked the West, like, look how great China's AI is. We got to invest even harder into it. And then it came out later on that it was actually an actress who didn't know how to speak properly, which is why she had such a very thick accent and why she was stuttering all over the place, was because it was a PlayStation avatar. So it was all fake to begin with.
It was all a show, yeah.
It was all a show in order to get Americans to develop it. And then they come over and then they stole it.
Steal it, yeah.
So I don't think, personally, kind of like what Tolkien mentioned about in his writings, he didn't believe that people who are evil could be able to create, but he believed they had the ability to corrupt. So let me reverse the question from earlier and hand it over to Pantheon.
All right.
Based upon AI, this is going to be the exact reverse. Is there a point where you would say, let's allow it to go to this place because we can put in safeguards? And if there aren't safeguards, how do we start to help society understand how to back off of it so that it doesn't become immediately a class warfare, kind of like what would have happened during the Red Revolution in like Russia?
Well, me personally, AI, I think all of it needs to be destroyed, deleted, forgotten about.
So what if we were unable to get rid of it at this point because it's already there? How would we as a society either abandon it without and help make sure that future generations don't immediately kind of open up Pandora's box again if that is the case?
Well, unfortunately, Pandora's box has already been opened. It's just a matter of when it's going to explode on everybody. Because at the end of the day, you've got so much AI now in the world, and things that we don't even know about, and whether we like it or not, it's going to be happening because you've got these dumbass scientists and all the rest of it that want to push it to the next level and see what they can get. So, we're already doomed. It's just a matter of when. When I was younger, if you wanted to meet up with a friend or something, you had to organise between you where and when you were going to meet. Now, you try to organise to meet somebody, it's like, oh, give me your phone number, or I'll text you when I'm leaving the door. There's no organisational skills there. I've seen people that are together and they are texting each other whilst basically in arm's length. Why do I need to text somebody that's sat in arm's length? Because they're too interested in these goddamn forsaken bloody gizmos and that. So, technology to me is, it's just going to ruin it. It's going to ruin the entire fucking everything.
So, I think part of the problem right now in our culture is, especially over the last year, because like I've mentioned before, I ever since AI came out, I've had a horrible gut feeling. So I've already made my decision back when I was younger. It's only been solidified for me in that sense. But right now I see there are a great many people that are still on the fence. And it's not just Adam. I know many people. There's a guy online who his brother was an artist, giving him a warning about this. A famous guy. It was the brother of Jaza, the guy who does art online. Good art information, by the way. And his brother, though, is a nightmare. His brother is horrible in that sense because he looked at his brother and was like, I'm as good of an artist as you because I know how to use AI. Well, he went on to proceeded to make several books, of course, using AI to help, as I understand. And then he went on to go on a rant about how evil all the people were for stopping the stem of progress. It has to go forward and it will take over regardless. And I sat back and he said that there's never a time that we can reverse course, embrace it, because there is no going back. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't have a nuclear generator to power my house. No, I don't have a small nuclear generator. Maybe you guys do, but I don't. See, there's some technologies that we learn about as a nation that we're like, oh my goodness, this thing is dangerous. And human beings then start to become aware of the problem, and we start to backtrack and start to remove things. There's been actually many times throughout history when a technology pushed the bounds too far. And we were like, nope, that's unethical, it's too far. There's people that still operate in the shadows doing things like chimera research, all of it terrible stuff, horrible sort of mutilation of creatures should not be allowed to happen, but it still happens in the shadows. But because we as human beings have already experienced the horrors of what a medical facility like that could do, we as a culture will never accept it. I personally feel that the more we start to invest into one another as a culture, binding our communities together, the less likely we are to be torn apart. Right now, there's a guy that I know. He's looking for work, and he is having a hard job just to apply for jobs. Everyone has hiring signs, but nobody's hiring because it's all a bit of a tax break, as I understand, or whatever. There's something sketchy about that. where he can't get employed, either because he's not properly trained, which is a slight against our education system, or it's that our companies are being too overbearing or trying to get a tax cut, which it's on them to try and correct, or it's upon the person for being lazy and unable to actually adjust and really lean into work and do it effectively. Either way, somebody is to blame. Regardless of who's to blame, how do you know where the problem is if you don't ever engage them face to face? Kind of like what Pantheon was mentioning about there's people that they don't even talk face to face. They are using phones. When I was in Japan, it was depressing. It was back in the early 2000s, and this was before smartphones had ever come to the West. And there were smartphones over there, and they were all zoned out, and they were depressed every day. People taking their own lives because they were so depressed. I saw the horror of what that was, and there's a horrible forest where people who are so depressed go to just end it all. I'm scared, not for myself, but I'm scared for those who will be forced into a world of fear and doubt because of AI, because they don't think that, I don't matter. I can just be replaced by a machine at a moment's notice. I think culturally, if we bring about shame, I feel like we'll start to correct. Now, I do believe there's one thing I do want to mention from a while back that I never actually got to fully address, and that is there is a religious side to this. And Adam mentioned it at the start, and I do want to address this again, because I do believe there is actually something very deeply philosophical and religious about this. If it's made, is it holy or is it unholy? Last I checked, we were made to be perfect creatures in perfect matrimony, being tillers of the soil, caring for this earth, populating it, and worshiping God. After sin came around, it started to corrupt everything, and things started going downhill. There's not just the question of whether or not God makes it. There's also the question, what if the devil made it? And that's actually a bit of a scary thought. Basically ask whenever you look at something, say, is this thing elevating? That is what that is right. Go. Okay. Thanks for coming by, Pantheon. Rest well. Have a great day. And thanks for stopping by.
It's good talking to you.
Pantheon 3D, folks. If you want to see some great 3D modeling, he has been working on it very hard, and definitely worth going over and checking him out. Good. Yes, indeed. DJ Gaming, this is Bigfoot in the animation. Yes, we've kind of veered off of the animation, but it is still a lot of... I think this is honestly more important. I remember hearing someone mention a while back, what does the devil like to do? Well, the devil likes to tell us to rebel against God in one way, shape, or form. Maybe you've seen it, but I've seen some pretty disturbing things that apparently there are some things that AI will start to lean towards that are wildly ungodly. And one of the most used aspects of AI, and this is a very big disappointment, this is how it is, but the number one use of AI, as I understand, is for inappropriate stuff. And
yeah, I've heard that too.
I can't go onto Instagram without being flooded with it. And I try to report it as best I can, but it just always is there.
So it comes back to the question, do you think that, I mean, like, if you boil it down, is AI unholy or is it holy? You think that you feel that it's put here by Satan, and I feel it's put here by God.
I would have to be convinced that it is here for God, but it's because it's not helping our communities to bind together. It's not helping us to do to till the soil more effectively. It's not helping us to engage the roles that he gave us in this life, I feel like everything other than just the education part, but the internet already helped with that. Other than the education part, I personally don't see it really doing a role that would inspire me that somehow it is here by divine placement.
I kind of see it like this. It's kind of like if AI is implemented completely, which I don't doubt it will be, like probably within our lifetimes, we've kind of like transitioned from, I don't know, like a society of where we need like this library of data and information that we have to slowly process, versus now the data is like instantaneous, where we don't have to go and watch like 100 videos to try to get a comprehensive understanding of it. We can pull the thread of one subject and keep pulling that thread until we get all the information we need, versus wasting time with like that library that is kind of like antiquated, you know?
Mm-hmm. Have you heard of an AI hallucination?
No. What is that?
It's kind of freaky.
Is that the thing where like it makes the 1,000 eyes and like you just say do whatever you want and it goes crazy?
Now it can do things like that. This is something that's recently been coming out. I would suggest watching a video on it. It's very fascinating because they're going to be able to convey it a lot better than myself. But basically, you can sum it up like this: there's something in the code that glitches, and they don't know why, and it makes it to where it's something like a woman walking down a street. And at first, it's just a woman walking down a street. Oh, look, there's a taxi there. And then, as you say, okay, make an image of a woman walking down the street. And the AI spits out another image. Same image, slightly different. Okay, now make another image of a woman walking down a street. After about 100 iterations, it starts to turn to horror. People's faces start to melt. Things start to blow up. And then there's some things. This is why I think that there's something demonic, personally. Okay. Because there's something dark in some of these hallucinations. They don't get brighter as time goes on. The more they iterate, the more dark they become. So if this is what happens with AI in terms of image generation, and you're like, well, we don't know why this is happening, what is it going to do to its prompts when you look to it for answers? Will, as time goes on, will it get darker and darker? And then the question of whether or not it's good or bad, will it become clearer as that starts to happen? And if we do reach that sort of point,
where like we realize it's evil, and we're so hooked into it that we don't turn away from it because we're so like dependent on it. That's a good point.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any Amish friends, or are you familiar with any Amish people?
Yeah, of course. I'm from this Ohio/Pennsylvania.
I would assume that.
Yeah.
So if you were to ask them how do they find a way to live in their current state without all the modern needs, they would say, well, we just grow up this way. We learn how to live without. We don't need a car. We have a horse and buggy. Now, granted, they're adopting some things, so they're slowly changing, but they put a stop on it because of something similar to like right now with me. I'm spooked by the future. And for them, they got spooked. Now, they overreacted because it was all replacing a machine or an animal, a previous machine or a previous animal, or making your muscles stronger. But this one's the only tool that has been made to date that is supposed to replace the mind. And so by having something that does that, I look at it like, if we have hallucinations and we're replacing our thinking with it, what will the outcome be?
I think that's, I mean, like, in all fairness, like, I understand what you're saying, but I think that's a bit alarmist because, like, you could say the same thing about, like, a set of encyclopedias, because like that kind of replaces your mind. You don't have to like commit all that to memory. Like if you have a set of encyclopedias, like I'm coming from an age before the internet. I remember we had encyclopedias and it was crazy, but like it, you don't have to commit all that to memory. You have access to it as a library, and then you can access that when needed. It's the same thing as the encyclopedia was a tool, same way that AI is a tool. And like I said, I could be completely wrong on this. It's just from my understanding of it and my initial feeling about it was very similar to yours. We talked about it, or I talked about it in chat with you, and very similar. But like when I start using it, I'm like, well, maybe we could use this to like actually make things better. And it's interesting because like Christina goes off on the deep end with it, and she's against it, but she uses it, and she's like kind of like in the school of thought where she thinks it's like fallen angel tech.
And if it is, well, I have no idea what it is. Honestly, God knows what it is, but all I know is what I'm currently seeing with it. And who knows?
How expert are you with it, would you say? Like if you had to rate your experience, like using it, like
in terms of my use, I've dabbled with it, and the little bit that I dabbled with it, I could already see ways that it could be an issue. But I mostly have experienced it through seeing others. Now, I actually know some people that are in the process of using AI for some pretty big work. And every one of them has come back with that they are getting rid of it. All except for one, which is interesting because the rest of them are all getting rid of it because they're realizing that their entire staff is suddenly getting scared that they're going to be replaced. There was a company 2 years ago that replaced 90% of their staff with an AI. And so you're going to get this class warfare that's going to happen. And it's going to be the final nail in the coffin, in my personal opinion, for AI. And I don't doubt that we are going to have a conflict over this eventually.
You think there's going to be like an AI revolution where there's actual like physical violence? And
I believe we're going to head to a Balerian jihad. I do believe that, and I want to try and take as civil of approach as possible towards it because I know that people are getting spooked, and I know there's some nations that are going to fight against it tooth and nail. A lot of people are going to be fighting against it tooth and nail. Imagine it like this: right now there are Cybertrucks AI-driven vehicles that are smashed and burned because people were put out of a job. Because they were in the taxi business. There are people, they find food vehicles that are delivering stuff for DoorDash, and they're being turned upside down, they're being destroyed because people had their jobs taken. At what point will this start to kind of happen?
Let's take that example, and like you're not wrong. Like that's what's weird about it, is I can't like disagree with you. I agree with you. But on the flip side, like let's take the automated vehicles. I myself have terrible vision, and I'm not blind, but I don't like driving to areas I don't like. I don't know because I'm worried I'm going to get in a wreck. If I had an automated vehicle, would I be more prone or apt to like go to these places? I would think so, maybe. So like there's like the flip side of like, well, yeah, it's empowering me in the sense that I can now travel places that I otherwise wouldn't have. And then on the other side of it, there's, someone's losing their job.
Mm-hmm. One day, though, we're going to have to realize that we'll eventually get to that point of where you're going to have people that are super passionate about it, kind of like what Pantheon was mentioning, where they're going to feel almost under attack by that. And we're going to have to realize that this is just that alone. I mean, the last year, I thought I was going to be like one of the only people voicing my opinion on this. I've been shocked how many people have like immediately turned around But I think it's because those are the people that lost their work and they haven't been able to rebound. You were able to rebound in that sense. You had things.
I mean,
taken from you, but
not necessarily though. I mean, like I'm still struggling. It's just that you kind of life is the same as it's been since creation. It's adapt or die. You know, like it. It would be nicer if it wasn't here for me, because then I could continue on with what I was doing. But like you adapt or you die, right?
Well, not entirely. Well, at least as I see it. Greetings, Cool Frog, who has raided the stream. Hokey smokes. Greetings. I don't think we've had a Rumble raid in a long time. Much appreciated. Hope you are doing well. I remember seeing you over on Dara Chat. Thanks for bringing your crew here. And to DJ Gaming, who says, what if AI took over the world and the people said AI was bad and they die, and the people say it's good, don't? Do you think that might happen? How long would it take, do you think, to make that? I don't think it will happen. I think that we're going to have factions in terms of that. We're going to have people within a nation that are in complete opposition. I think nations will take a stance. People that have AI and people that don't have AI. I think the ones that tend to have AI will typically probably be people that want to have, well, nations, not individual people. Nations that want to have it are going to be the ones that want tyranny. Now, I do believe that's one of that is, to me, is the biggest concern of all, is that it is a tool of perfect tyranny. But
it's so funny because like I see it
earlier. Sorry, continue.
I see it as a tool of liberation, like, and it's both of them are true. So how is that possible? You know.
So they're both possible, but I think that the people that have ill intent for it are far more powerful, and those are the ones that are putting the money behind it. Definitely watch the China show. It is shocking, the things that are happening over there. And granted, AI is still in its infancy, but the potential of it, like I honestly, if I wanted to, I could make something that would make the hair on the back of your neck stand up with AI. It didn't take long to kind of think about what could happen. So I just want you to think about the nature of humanity. If you mentioned earlier, if we push things to its limits, how long until the evil people start to use it? Right now we have the good, well, the somewhat good and the neutral people using it. Well, there's a very high chance we'll reach that point where the bad people start using it. Then I think we're going to be spooked, and we're going to start backpedaling as fast as we can.
That's kind of like comes back to the original question, is like, do you think this was God-given or derived from Satan? And if it's God-given, and like it is like you're saying, where, you know, the bad people will use it to enslave humanity. I mean, God, if that's the case, don't you think God already figured that out and has us protected in some way?
I believe that we're protected in that sense. But I feel like with many things that are evil, we have a choice of whether or not we embrace that evil. And then we are going to have to kind of live with the consequences for or against. There are people throughout history that, as you know, they would make terrible decisions, and God would allow judgment upon them. What if this is such a perversion of how he set up the world that we're being allowed to experiment with it, and we're going to reap our own destruction as a result? That's always in the back of my mind.
That's a very valid point. Yeah, no, and it kind of is in the back of mine too. And in the sense that until I like see that kind of evidence, and maybe I will, maybe like I'll be like, holy smokes, this is not what I should be doing. Then maybe like I'll start going back to the backpedaling and saying this is no good. But like from the limited experience I have with it, my initial reaction was, holy smokes, we cannot have this. Then I'm like, okay, it's here, let's see what it can do. And now I'm like, well, maybe this like I've said, maybe it can elevate us. Maybe it's God given. And I and no disrespect, I just don't think that any of us have enough understanding to say if it is at this juncture, if it is positive or if it's negative, because as it's in its infancy, it is being manipulated on both sides, where it's has its evil forces intermingled with it and its good forces in it.
And I can definitely agree with that. There's
Let me ask you this, Jeff, and then I'll let you get back to work. Coming to you with, like, as a proponent, you know, like as arguing for AI or whatever, how does that make you feel? Does that sadden you, or does it give you like a expanded perspective on it? About like my, you understand the question. Yeah.
Yeah. I understand that everyone's going to make, everyone's going to have like goals that they have that are going to be different than mine. Everyone's going to have journeys that are going to be different than mine. Kind of like Pantheon. Him and I don't see eye to eye on matters of faith. But I can still understand his backstory. He can understand my backstory. And we're able to carry on a discussion and be able to try and find a good path for ourselves, knowing the worldview that the other one has. In a similar way, you understand AI and are leaning towards it. Now, I'll obviously be someone who would say, go with caution. I smell something, that there's something foul in the air with this thing. And you yourself, I mentioned that you've sensed it before as well. And the people around you are sentient as well. So I'd probably say that there's something, I know that the current times is demanding, and the need to kind of lean into new things are good. But remember that there is going to be things that come along in our future. And I'm going to come around to answer your question in this roundabout way, so my apologies first and foremost. But there's going to be things that come out that are going to be new and revolutionary, that are going to be bad. One of the examples is the Mark of the Beast. Now, I'm not saying that this is the Mark of the Beast. I definitely am not saying that. But Elon Musk, when he unveiled his chip that you could implant into a person's mind and be able to use it, and pairing it with AI, suddenly the two things started coming together in my understanding. And while I don't think either of them are necessarily the Mark of the Beast, I think that they rhyme with how the arrogance of mankind will cause us to want to lean into something that allows for an ultimate form of tyranny and destruction.
There's some interesting things about Elon Musk that, like, we could go into that, but I guess we'll save that for another night. Like, Christina's was telling me about how his caretaker when he was young he would summon portals into hell or something, and like this lady still swears by it. And I mean, like, there's also been prophecy where like Musk is like it sounds crazy, but like with Elon Musk, I have no idea. Like, is he the Antichrist? I don't know. He might be. Like, we're kind of like we're past the age of truth, where you kind of cannot believe anything, so you have to give the assumption that anything could be true or false. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Go ahead.
I'm glad that you have. Honestly, I'm glad that you have these thoughts to be able to pass on, because for me, most of the time, as you know, I kind of ramble into the middle of the night without anyone to kind of be able to talk to on these matters. And so I honestly do value the fact that you're sparing time to be able to come on here and dialogue, especially about something that, as you all know, I'm incredibly passionate about. I value that. And that's why I won't ever say that this is something I'm not going to come out and judge you for it. Is what I'm coming to. When I hear it,
like,
I have to say I am saddened by it, not because of your sake, but because of the sake that our culture is embracing it without when it's something that I feel is dangerous. It's kind of like seeing people playing in a street, and there's no cars coming either way, but you hear an engine off in the distance. No one else heard it. And you're like, that sounds like a street car, like a street racing car. And you're reaching out to people saying, hey, I think a car is coming down the way, but no one else heard it. Are you going to be proven crazy for thinking that you heard a car and nothing happens? Or are you going to be the hero for saying, get out of the street as a car comes zooming by, which, by the way, almost happened when I was a kid. So I look at this as a similar sort of way. I sense something's dangerous in it, so it doesn't sadden me in the sense of that I'm grieved that people are investing into it. I feel like we are not taking the signs that I'm seeing, personally that I'm seeing, that other people aren't seeing the same signs. That's what grieves me.
Well, I'll leave you with one final analogy, and I hear what you're saying, and that's kind of why I wanted to speak to you about it, because my perspective on it kind of mirrored yours, and that's why I'm like, well, maybe my thoughts or my experience with it will help expand. Like, the reason I want to talk to you about it is to not sadden you, but to help give you a fuller perspective of one person's experience with it, I guess is the best way to say it. But to leave you with an analogy, and then I'll let you get going. When, like, your example of with the car and like the children and playing in the street, it's a good analogy. Like, there's no denying it. But what if it was something like, I don't know, you had a flint and a stone and you spark something, right? And you're like, oh, that was scary. What was that? You know, like, I'm scared of this now. Like, what is this? And or you see like a small ember burning and you're like, oh, that I touched that burned me. Like, that hurts. Like, fire can be very, like, it can kill you. You know, you jump in a fire, you're going to die. But it's also very beneficial in certain ways. It can purify your water, cook your food, all that good stuff. It's how we use this new discovery that ultimately matters. And I think that by just being here and being able to discover it, I think that it's a gift from God. I mean, like, and I could be wrong. Like, but until I see something that, like, absolutely not someone's manipulation of it, but like, until I see that it is opposite of that, then, you know, I'm going to go with that. And I don't know if I'm like trying to like rationalize it and make excuses in my brain to make it work for me, or what. But like, that's where I'm at with it right now. And hopefully this conversation will get some wheels turning and not have you approach it with such like a fear-based mindset.
And for that, I do value that you have that willingness to be able to pass that on. And I will be watching. I will not be someone to invest into it, but I'll be the one watching. And you'll have to tell me what you kind of discover with it. I'll maintain my skepticism and stand off to the side and watch. I'll be still offering warnings. It's not going to change my concern for it, especially when it comes to the manipulation. Oh my goodness. I do believe this year we will see the manipulation.
It's funny. I just changed my profile picture on Facebook, and I used the AI to generate a profile picture. Just like kind of as a joke, you know. I'm like, oh, this is like, I said like 2025, here we come, you know, Happy New Year, everyone. And everyone's like, wow, look at you looking good. And I'm thinking, you guys know this is an AI generated picture, right? And no one knows. And that's like, it's like, oh my goodness, guys, this is scary that you guys aren't picking up what I'm laying down.
Yeah. Maybe one day we'll look back on this time and say, with clarity, which side was in the right. Sadly, I think based upon history, we're going to look back and kind of like other technologies, we're going to be divided for generations to come. I just wonder what our nation as a group will go with. But I will say this: I do know something that I can't go into. Can't go into specifics because I don't understand what happened. But let me tell you this short story. Sorry, I had to blow my nose there.
Sure.
Apparently, recently there was a presentation given to ranking officials in our government. It was the ability of AI to create entire messages off of 7 seconds of footage. It was so freaky that it caused them to immediately say we need to ban certain social media platforms from several government organizations because this is so potentially damaging. And so we are going to see over this year probably more government entities start to crack down on it. And maybe, this is my theory, like nuclear technology, it's going to be reserved for a very, very small group of people. Because if given to just the average folks, like right now, you can't go on and request for it to build you a bomb, for example. You can't do that. It's already being locked down. And so I think that we're going to see a lot of guardrails put up on it. And in doing so, that's immediately making it so that whatever you see there is curated by a ministry of truth, which suddenly reverses the whole freedom that it kind of takes. We're already, as of like 2 months ago, in this new age of trying to restrict it. I would say it's probably earlier than that, but now it's like nationally we're going to start cracking down on it. If it does get cracked down, would that? I don't know if that would necessarily impact your work in any way, but I do know that as a nation, it's probably going to leave a sour mouth in some people.
Well, the interesting thing about that is that because of with ChatGPT, that I don't know, I'm still getting to know it, but with the image generation, there's a thing called Stable Diffusion, which, a lot of people, when they make their AI images, they'll go to like a website and there's like the portal or the gateway or the whatever you want to call it. But Stable Diffusion is actually this thing that you install on your own machine, and it generates the images locally. Like it's already out there. Like you cannot take it away. Like, and it generates images that are convincing of friends that I know in real life that I've hung out with, and I post a picture and they're like, "Wow, looking good, Adam. Like your suit." I'm like, "I don't wear suits." It's a joke, guys.
Mm-hmm. Well, be sure to report back to us in that sense with the things that you've learned.
It's decentralized in that sense, and I don't know, like Pantheon was saying, I don't know how like you're going to close Pandora's box. It's already open.
Well, like I said, there's a couple of technologies that we've reversed course on, and I personally think we're probably going to be in the process of reversing this one. I can definitely say there's some whacked out ones that was horrible, and a lot of it has to do with gene manipulation, which that's a scary field. I would say just as terrifying as AI. But the fact that there are some technologies that are illegal in our nation is proof enough that sometimes we realize as a people that Pandora's box has been opened. But rather than being able to remove it, what you can do is you can quarantine it, kind of like a computer virus. You can't always delete them, but you can quarantine it. Will it leak out occasionally? Yes, and usually at great cost. I don't know if this will necessarily result in it. AI really needs to be paired with other tech for it to be dangerous. In its current form, it's kind of benign, but kind of like something like this. Let's say that you're a Cybertruck that you decide to get because it's 5 years down the line and it suddenly is now perfect and it never breaks on you. It's just wonderful. But then one day, a hacker decides that they no longer like you, and suddenly your Cybertruck has been given orders to do something terrible. This is now things that's no longer in the realm of sci-fi, and I feel like sci-fi kind of warned us about all these things, and now we're going to have to live with the challenges with this, and neither you or me will be able to stop or encourage it. It's going to kind of happen naturally, but we can choose how much we ourselves invest into it. I will be cautious. You'll be investing into it, hopefully with a constant caution. But I definitely would be curious to get a chance to do a follow-up. Give it some time, and if you have any sort of changing views or whatnot, be sure to mention it. Especially since you're the one that's dabbling with it. I'm not going to be the one dabbling with it, but you're going to be my window into this world.
Will do. Absolutely. Jeff, I do appreciate you, the streams you put out. They, like I said, the advice and wisdom you dish out every time you stream is wonderful.
I much appreciate you taking the time to be around here as a viewer and also as a guest on this. I honestly would love to be able to have regular dialogues, but of course, as you all know, I'm a late night streamer, so the chances of that are usually few and far between. On that note, I'm going to start wrapping things up around here, but I truly do, regardless of where we stand on AI, I do wish you the best in all of this endeavor. And I hope that you're going to be able to find some good progress with it, and maybe some things that none of us have heard about in relation to AI that maybe will change some opinions. Maybe there will be something that is like the middle ground. And I do believe I'm not super pessimistic. I'm a realist. I view that there is a way to do this wisely. I don't think that we as a culture are willing to yet start to have that discussion. And I do think that, honestly, Dune is probably a good indicator of what happens if we don't address it, because otherwise people are going to take an extreme alternative. So we should find a way wisely to find that balance, and then maybe figure out how to culturally figure out some safeguards. And you will probably be the one to help find those, because you're the one that's actually in that field.
Well, you said it perfectly, Jeff. All the best to you too, and I'll catch you on the flip.
Indeed. Have a great morning, sir, and I will chat with you next time.
Take care.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Wolfie Bank. Be sure to take some time to listen to some of his music over on Rumble if you so desire. I'm going to put that in the chat. I met Wolfie a couple of months ago. Good fella. All right, so it is over here on Rumble, and I do want to make sure to do this in occasions like this. And I forgot to do I guess I don't know the proper command for that, but never mind. I'll avoid that other thing. Much appreciated, Neuro, for the support there, for the encouragement of the thumbs up button. By the way, if you guys found anything interesting or valuable in this discussion, may you please consider following and liking. And if you did not like it, I accept a dislike as well. For even though we didn't quite cover it, one of the problems in the world of AI is bots. And I hate bots. So if you give me a negative, if you dislike it, I will still accept it, because that means that you were likely real. So we're going to be bringing the stream to a close, and much appreciated there for the follow. You're very considerate. I don't always get notifications about what follows have happened because my tool is not very good. Maybe I need an AI. We'll have to see. But much appreciated to all the different folks that came by. This is one of our bigger streams that we've had for our late nights. And big support because of Cool Frog, who came by and brought his crew with him. We are going to be bringing this whole thing to a close here. We are not going to be raiding on the Twitch side, but I am going to try and do a raid on the Rumble side if somebody that I know is currently live. And lo and behold, there is indeed. So we're going to be going over and showing some support to Joe Donuts Gaming. He's a good fella, and we have had a couple of raids for him in the past, and so we have not seen him online for a while, so we're going to be giving him some support there. All right, so as we say around here on the regular, thank you everyone for being here. Have a pleasant evening and morning, everybody. Just a reminder, regardless of wherever you fall on the issue of AI, be civil to one another. And now let's go and share some civility with Joe Donuts Gaming. Confirming the raid. To the rest of you on Twitch and YouTube, thanks for coming by. God's blessings to you one and all. Have a blessed Sunday, and we will see you all next time.